Welcome in. It is a watch along for the MLS Conference Finals here on the SDH Network. I'm Jason Longshore, expecting other guests as we go. Two games to watch. We'll see if we get through both of them over here on the East Coast. It's Orlando hosting the New York Red Bulls, followed by the LA Galaxy hosting the Seattle Sounders. Yeah, it's a little bittersweet as an Atlanta United guy to watch Orlando and the Red Bulls in the Eastern Conference Final, a game that honestly, a week ago, going into the match in Orlando, there was a lot of confidence that Atlanta United would be playing tonight. Didn't happen. Orlando was the better team on the day, not by a lot, but they were. They got it done, and they are hosting the Eastern Conference Final, trying to get to their first ever MLS Cup. The Red Bulls haven't been to an MLS Cup in a long time. 2008, where they lost to Columbus. They're trying to get back. They've had a lot of close calls. It's 2 versus 4 in the West and 4 versus 7 in the East. Parity in MLS is a real thing, and it's a fun thing. It creates chaos. It sees things like Miami going down in a best of 3 series to Atlanta, LAFC going down in a single game against Seattle. Crazy games like the Galaxy scoring 6 in the conference semifinal, all kinds of things. We'll see if tonight lives up to the chaos. Orlando's lineup, both lineups are out. Orlando, no surprises in theirs. It's what they've rolled with throughout the postseason. It's what they rolled with last Sunday against Atlanta. The biggest player to watch in this group, in my opinion, is the one that was different from decision day to the conference semifinal, Wilder Cartagena. Red Bulls 3-4-3. Carlos Coronel in goal. Nealis, Reyes, and Nealis, both Nealises in the starting three. Tolkien and Harper are your wingbacks. Stroud, Edelman, and Forsberg are your three central midfielders. Lewis Morgan and Dante Van Zer are your two up top. Red Bulls aren't your typical number 7 seed, with Forsberg being the guy who makes this team just so different. They were not all that great without him. They've been one of the best teams in the East with him. And that's just they're not a typical 7 because of how much they missed him during the season. They're showing the highlights of Orlando getting it done against Atlanta and Cartagena being the player to watch on the TV broadcast. I obviously agree with that. And Dante Van Zer is the player to watch for the Red Bulls. Um, he's a player, look, who was very good against Columbus. He's a player who I think thrives when Forsberg is in the team. Forsberg for me is the guy for the Red Bulls. Um, he's the guy that when I saw him this season, I remember saying early on that this is a different team. This is a group that finally has that piece that they thought Kaku could be. I believe at times Sasha Kljestan was, but a 10 who can keep the ball a little bit, can create getting forward, and you have that extra dimension where you're not purely relying on turning a team over in the attacking third. You got to have a little bit of both in this league, in my opinion. It's just essential. And I think Forsberg gives them enough of the other side of it. These two teams, and we'll talk about it as we go tonight. These two teams for me, they have their identities, but they can do the opposite well enough. The Red Bulls, like we're talking about with Forsberg, they're still the Red Bulls. Maybe not as high and reckless of a pressing team. Maybe they try to catch you in the middle third a little bit more, but they can still do all of the things that you associate with the New York Red Bulls. But what they can also do is play a little bit more. Tolkien, Forsberg, Morgan, Van Zer, all guys who Edelman, Stroud, guys who are good on the ball. So this is a team that if look, their press isn't as effective as they would like it to be, this is a team that can can win the game. Orlando, I think what we've seen under Oscar Pereja in general, as the season goes on, they get a little more conservative and they play a little bit more on the counter. This is a team that can control possession as well. I'm really curious to see if Orlando is more direct, which they're fully capable of, to try to negate the Red Bulls press. I'm curious to see if they try to invite the Red Bulls to have a little bit more of the ball, thinking that they'll be able to hit them on the break. I'm curious. I'm just really curious to see how these two managers, Sandro Schwartz and Oscar Pereja, approach this one. In my opinion, before we kick off, Red Bulls are the better team. I think they are the better team in this matchup. They were the team that going into this, going maybe coming out of the first month and a half, 2 months, where you start to get an idea of who's who in this league. They were the team that jumped out to me as, wow, this is one to watch as they go. And then they lost Forsberg and they weren't the same team. Once they got him back, they've been able to rediscover that. Orlando's good. They've been the top seed out of the four who has been good enough. They weren't great against Charlotte. They weren't great in the semifinal against Atlanta, but they have found a way. I do think their defense is susceptible, and I think that's where the Red Bulls end up catching this team. So we will see how this goes. I'll be very, very curious to see where this thing goes. I think we might have John Nelson able to join us. Let's see if he is able to join in. Perhaps as we figure this out. And there he is. Maybe he can hear us, maybe he can't. John Nelson with a nice picture of yourself. And this is about what I would expect. John maybe not being able to work technology or a microphone. I don't know. We'll just leave him there. Maybe he'll talk at some point. Getting ready to kick off, couple minutes away. Orlando and the Red Bulls. We'll see where this thing goes. My prediction, as we're less than 2 minutes from kick, my prediction is Red Bulls 2-1. And my prediction out west is LA Galaxy 3-1. I believe John Nelson has figured things out.
Yeah, it had to do with a setting. It's the first time I've used this thing.
It had to do with a setting, he says.
Yeah, audio input. It was a different input than one that I was traditionally used to using. You would think that that's just like, okay, the audio input is, by the way, default microphone. But no, the default line in has to do with another program that we use for other programs here on the network.
That's you having problems with technology as usual.
Shocker, I know.
I know, it's crazy. Where are you at this point in the day?
No, trying to catch up on paperwork and things, and since I got to spend 4.5 hours dealing with fixing an automobile.
Yeah, there's that.
$900 later.
Yeah, there's also that.
Yeah. Now it was regular maintenance up to a point, and then they were like, "Oh, by the way, you're trying to get your oil changed, and we can't unscrew the pins to actually get the oil out, and so we have to get you a new oil pan." So yeah, so they could like twist the screws, but the screws would not become dislodged from the oil pan itself, so they had to get a new oil pan.
Jeez. All right. Before we get back into the automobile issues, you have to pick predictions on both of these games, starting with the one that is just about to kick off.
I'm going to go Red Bulls 2-1.
That's what I just said.
On the road. And I'm going to go LAG 3-1 out
That's
west.
what I just said.
I was not aware of this.
Good grief. I literally just said it, and you were on the broadcast.
I was not really paying attention. I was trying to get my settings all squared away.
Ay, Dios mio. 2-1, 3-1. John's copying me as usual.
Shocker, I know. Well, I could have said draw.
Yeah, well, that probably wouldn't work because there's got to be a winner, and we're underway in Orlando.
90-minute draw. There you go. How about that?
Fair
And then,
enough. We have
but
flopping, we have rolling around, Red Bulls doing their thing. Oh, wait, he's magically okay. Forsberg,
okay, so you're a
Van
little ahead of
Zare.
you're a little ahead of me in the broadcast.
All right. Well, you'll just have to keep up as best you can.
Shocker, I know.
Yeah, yeah, it's okay. It's okay. Good start for the Red Bulls. First 40 seconds. Not as exciting as the Libertadores final earlier today, where there was a
Woo!
red card
Oh,
28 seconds in.
dude, what is he? Gregory, comma, what are you thinking, comma?
Gregory trying to kick somebody's head off. He's
Oh,
ready for Survivor Series.
so bad.
But then Botafogo didn't care. They scored 3 goals with 10 men.
Much like shingles, Botafogo didn't care.
Yes. And I thought that was going to be a corner, but it's not. Lewis Morgan being reminded of the rules of engagement off the goal kick.
You, sir, can only stay here until pat on the back.
And now super press time. I want to see how high the Red Bulls press in general. I think they're almost better when they trap a little more in the middle third. A good ball over the top. That's good work by Harper. I think he's the weak link for the Red Bulls at times, but did a good job defensively there. The wall is bouncing.
Like I said, you're about 6 seconds ahead of me. So when you say that, I'm waiting 6 seconds before I get my response.
Just enough of a time difference. The fun times of streaming in the modern world.
Yeah. Well, and I don't know why it is. It might just be me, but the world, I think, sees things ahead of me in general.
I'm going to leave that one alone so I don't get myself in trouble because it's just too easy on that one.
Oh, come on now.
There's plenty of time. I got Survivor Series off to my right on
Yeah,
the laptop.
you're gonna have to update me on that.
Yeah, we've got Braun Breaker, Sheamus, and Ludwig Kaiser in the ring right now.
Uh-oh.
Except Ludwig is over the guardrail.
This will give Sheamus and Braun Breaker their moment of 1v1.
Yes. You didn't know you were going to get a bonus Survivor Series watch along as well, but welcome to what happens on the SDH network.
Yes. Uh, Survivor Series soccer Survivor Series down here.
Pretty much. I mean,
Well,
the MLS playoffs are pretty much the Survivor
I
Series.
was gonna say it applied more than once. It was
Yeah,
literal and figurative.
yeah. Sean Nealis, I believe, had a jaw issue coming out of the NYC game where it looked like he got almost knocked out. He was listed on the injury report, questionable jaw.
Well, that could be also figurative and literal.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
Get
but
the
at the same time, this time of year, you're also not going to, give the opposition anything less to
yeah.
think about.
I mean, with that collision from the NYC game, you have to have him on the report. I was honestly surprised last week, although it seems like he's fine. Duncan McGuire wasn't on the injury report after looked like he separated his shoulder in game 3 against Charlotte, but I guess he didn't. I guess he was all right. Red Bulls caught in possession. So Orlando's dropped off to create their counter opportunities, making Red Bull play with the ball a little bit. I think that might come back and bite Orlando. I think this is a different Red Bulls team, but they got caught there in possession, and then Van Zier draws the foul. It pains me a little bit to admit that this is a different Red Bulls team, but I think this is a pretty good squad, except when Peter Stroud gets caught in possession like that. I'm just waiting to see when the antagonism comes out in these two teams because they both have it in spades. John might have fallen asleep over there or unplugged whatever microphone he was using.
Now, talking to the boss, I'll be back in a second.
Oh, okay, fair enough. Red Bull down the right. They'll take the throw. it appears my experience of college soccer this season, when you see everybody run to the 18 and a player lets the ball go out there where normally you might want to keep it, it's long throw time. Rory DeLapp would be very, very excited about this moment.
As would Bunky Colvin and McIntosh.
McIntosh would be very excited about it. Cameron Harper's long throw, not as impressive as some of the McIntosh Chiefs. Let's see how
Wolf.
he is with the ball at his right foot, though. Gets another crack at it. Yeah. Did not pay off. Don't see many guys in MLS with the long throw.
Mm-mm. Well, and traditionally, we don't have like the track surrounding MLS stadia
Well,
pitches.
no, you don't get to use that when you're on commentary in these games when you have the long throw guy. That's always my favorite. I
Yeah,
measure how long the throw is based off how many lanes back on the track.
he's on lane 6.
Yeah, some of the fields that I've called games, he's up against the fence.
Yes.
He's bordering the parking lot. Red Bulls calls the turnover. Good
Oh
work
man,
from Rafael Santos.
why'd you give the ball up, son?
Oh, Harper can load up the long throw again if he wants. Believe he does. He's going to push signboards back. There's not a lot of room there.
No,
Having just been there and walking down that touch line, there's not a lot of room.
isn't there a crown also?
There is, it's very small. I didn't notice it. Most grass fields have a minor one. Oh, that almost fell. Like the old school grass fields had a heavy crown. The ones now, if they do, it's very minor. Now it'll fall off on the touch line a little bit there. That's different though.
Right.
That's not really a crown. But I don't remember it being severe.
But yeah, there's all in some stadia you have like the drainage drop off that is just
Yeah. Yeah, like Old Trafford, it's severe.
yeah.
You're not going to get long throw guys for Manchester United because they'll be running uphill to get there.
Running uphill and throwing from lane 6.
Yeah, pretty much.
Now the boss was coming back from home in LA, Lower Alabama. And so she was checking in on her trip back after spending basically a week down there.
Is the Iron Bowl happening now?
Happened past 10.
Happened. How did it go?
Oh, Alabama won, of course. They
Oh,
covered.
I figured, yeah.
I think it was a 28-14 final.
All right.
So they covered and they did not get to the total.
They weren't exactly impressive in covering, it sounds like.
No, they were not. And
Fair.
Auburn drops to 5-7. They do not become bowl eligible. They do not pass go or collect bowl money.
Ludwig Kaiser was, I believe the phrase would be beating the snot out of Seamus with his shillelagh.
Oh wow!
Yeah, didn't expect that when I turned to the side.
Mm-mm. I'm waiting for the Braun Breaker 400-meter sprint around the ring and who he gets and who stands in the way.
Yeah, I don't think he's had that yet. Got the spear on Seamus. Oh, did I miss the finish? Yes, I did.
Uh-oh.
Braun Breaker with the pin on Seamus.
Huh. And
Orlando.
Ludwig Kaiser's unhappy.
Ludwig has one of the most punchable faces of anyone.
Absolutely true.
He's very, very good at doing what he does,
Yes.
which is making you want to punch him in the face. Orlando draws the corner. It's crazy how many how many strikers Orlando has with Ramiro Enrique, who's become the starter. He's been the most consistent. Duncan McGuire, who almost wasn't there and is now there and signed a long-term deal, and Luis Muriel, who they signed because McGuire was going to be gone and then he wasn't gone, and Muriel's kind of turned into a super sub slash 9.5 sort of 10, and it's kind of worked.
Yeah, you have the three strikers, the three musketeers, I guess, of the purple team.
I mean, they're making it work, and it's a credit to Pareja.
Mhm.
Here comes Orlando forcing turnover.
Whoops.
I like Angulo. I like Ojeda as well. And Facundo Torres, we know how good he is, even though some people wanted to write him off a week after getting here. That was one of the most bizarre discourses in MLS conversations. Well, Facundo Torres hasn't quite cut it out yet. He's not quite good enough yet.
A
He's
week.
been here for a month. Could we slow down?
Oh, no, we can't have that.
Kid's pretty talented. Well, he's not a real winger. Well, yeah, neither is Lionel Messi, and I think it worked out for him.
I'm thinking just a bit.
Robin Janssen, who is getting slower as we go,
Yes.
but still doing it. I thought that was going to be a big issue for them. Janssen and Schlegel is not the best center back pairing left at all,
Mm-mm.
and they're getting it done. I just didn't think it was going to happen.
Yeah, I legitimately thought that if you ran at those two, then that would be where your inroads are at the back for going up against Orlando City.
I mean, the idea was to play in behind them and make them turn and run.
Mm.
That was Atlanta's plan. That was their plan on decision day as well. And I think the times that they were able to do it, it looked good. But the the second time around, the game was just so weird with the strikers getting injured. And if you have TRA healthy for more than 30 minutes, maybe you can do more of that.
Yeah.
Rios, he's a different player. He's not going to look for those as often. I thought you kind of saw it a little bit with Saba when he was up there,
Mhm.
but he's going to run more in straight lines, not kind of play off of him and then turn and go. Um, but they got it done, and I think you got to give a lot of credit to the fullbacks for Orlando as well. Rafael Santos, Torhalson,
Yeah.
both good, solid. They covered the center backs a lot, and then Cartagena is the biggest, most important player in this team. I think, Facundo Torres is in the attack, but Cartagena makes everything work for this group.
And the one thing I did not realize was in the lower third that just popped up on the broadcast that he's the leading all-time leading scorer at 47 goals.
Who's that?
Facundo Torres.
Yeah, I mean, Kyle Larin, I think, was the guy before. They haven't really had anybody there for very long that's been a big goal scorer because Larin wasn't there very long. He was productive. Kaká, didn't score a ton of goals. Nani didn't score a ton of goals. Yeah, that's Orlando City soccer for you. So we're in a commercial in a Survivor Series. We're 14th minute in Orlando.
What
No,
else has happened on the card so far for Survivor Series?
I haven't seen a lot of it. I saw the end in the women's Survivor Series match, and Rhea Ripley pinned Liv Morgan,
Yay!
riptide through a table.
Ooh,
So yeah. And Shinsuke Nakamura beat LA Knight. I know that much.
wow! Welcome back, Shinsuke.
Yeah. Okay, Orlando looking to break, not getting it. And there was a foul behind the play. And now we get the antagonism. Here we go. This is what I expected out of these two teams. Now we're living up to what Orlando and the New York Red Bulls can do.
Anzier,
Lots of pushing and shoving and shenanigans.
4-on-4 in the pushing and shoving.
So Angulo, yeah, it's late from Harper, and that back leg kind of rolled him up a bit. Harper knows what he's doing there. Angulo making a little more out of it than maybe it was as well, but there was some contact. And then we get the pushing and shoving and shenanigans.
Yeah, I think Angulo, after the contact from Harper, he seized an opportunity and then kind of hopped around and then rolled around a little bit more.
Yeah.
Definitely had some dinner with that, made a meal.
Schlegel, he is a master of shenanigans. He gets warned,
Nope.
as Rosendo Mendoza. He knows all about shenanigans.
Rosendo Mendoza was definitely one with the wild gesticulations. And we're coming to the other side for a. Okay.
No, but this is good. This is great refereeing.
That's your bar.
Mendoza, he says, "Look, you're not going to do this nonsense. We're not going to have that tonight. I'm going to bark at you, and I'm going to bounce my head up and down a few times so everybody sees it. because I'm not just talking to you, I'm talking to you, but I'm making a point using you to everybody. That's really good refereeing. That's the stuff that, we'll get into calls that we like or don't like or whatever. Those are judgment decisions. That's the stuff that I want to see more of from referees in this league and referees around this country. It's game management. Honestly, it's funny that we have Survivor Series going on the side as well. It is playing to the back row.
Mhm.
It's you have to be big with those actions to make your point, because you're not just making your point to that one player, you're making it to everybody.
You gotta make sure that, while the action is slowed, you gotta make sure that your hands are out there, and you gotta be over the top with your movements and your motions, so everybody's paying attention when they might be catching their breath and, all that
Head
stuff.
to head collision, Enrique and Anelis, which is no surprise. I think they're both fine though. Yeah, Anelis got him in the back. No bad intentions there. Neelis is going straight towards the ball. He's late, but yeah, they're both okay.
Yeah, got it to Enrique square in the back of the head.
Yeah,
Enrique looks off to his right, rubbing his head, checking around, pops back up.
yeah. I think they wanted to check to see if it got busted open a little bit, because sometimes it can underneath there,
Yeah,
and then do the cursory check. But they both hopped up pretty quick.
yeah. And then, if it gets to that point, you want to sit there and make it look like the Revolutionary War threesome, the the guy with the fife and the drum and the bugler, and wrap the tape around the forehead to make sure that you don't lose him for a significant amount of time.
Yeah, I don't think Neelis had any issues the way he caught him. It's kind of tricky when you get hit in the back of the head like that, because I mean, look, there's not a lot of skin.
Mm-mm.
So it's very easy to bust it open. Just like if you get caught up like right above the eyebrow.
Yes.
Like if you catch that, it doesn't have to be a hard hit. It can be like a glancing blow, but it can just split you open.
Yep. Nothing there.
Yeah.
That was when you play baseball, and if you're an infielder and that ground ball takes a tricky hop and the stitches open you up over the eyebrow, then it looks a lot worse than it may very well be, just because there isn't a whole lot of stuff behind the skin when you open it up in that situation.
Adding a message into the chat. If you're watching and hanging out with us, whether you are watching Survivor Series off to the side, whether you're watching MLS Cup playoffs off to the side, whether you're just hanging out listening to us ramble on about stuff, join the conversation in the chat. We'll try to bring that into the mix as well. Testing out a few new things here on the SDH network.
Hey, what a surprise. A brawl broke out today after the NC State players tried to plant the team flag in the midfield after their win over North Carolina.
Man, if these two teams planted a flag after the game in Orlando or Red Bulls, good grief. Maybe that's something we need to start doing in MLS.
Flag planting?
Yeah. If Atlanta had won in Orlando, you run out there with an FEA flag and
Oh, that'd be
plant it at midfield, and we'd
oh,
still be fighting.
oh, absolutely. The disco report from Major League Soccer.
Oh, jeez. All right, we got Gunther and Damian Priest about ready to start.
The Ring General.
Yeah, that's a tough one. We are battling with 57 headers and volleys. Forsberg with a little bit of the Olay job, foul called.
Gunther's been on a losing streak as of late.
Got to make him look vulnerable here. It's good booking. I wouldn't mind if Priest won, though.
Yes, I wouldn't either. And I'm glad that Rhea Ripley came back. Did she end up having to wear the mask the entire time? Do you know?
No, she made a big play of taking the mask off.
Ah, okay, yes. Much like she did when she came down the ramp with taking the crutch away the other time.
Yes. Yes. Yeah, it's a recurring gimmick.
Yeah. Injury not as injurious as you believe until the moment.
Yes.
Well, what are you going to do about it? Well, what I'm going to do about it is I'm going to take my mask off, or I'm going to throw my crutch and I'm going to beat you with it. as past incidents have happened with Rhea Ripley.
Orlando was thinking about grabbing a crutch and beating somebody with it, but they couldn't find one, so they just took the ball back instead.
So what did I miss over the last 4 days? Anything?
Not much. Jill Robbins watching with us today.
Oh,
My time, I think we're actually pretty close, Jill. My timestamp as I speak right now is 20:45.
and I'm 6 seconds behind Jason.
I'm trying to not be right. Oh, Jill's ahead of me. Well, then you won't spoil it for me. I'm trying to not be right on the action. I'm trying to turn off my play-by-play brain and not do that, but I'm sure it'll happen at some point. Reyes commits the foul and says, "What? Who, me? No, I didn't do it. Yes, you did."
Okay.
I always love when you kick Facundo Torres, you get the arm out and you shove him as you're kicking him. I mean, that's a pretty good stiff arm, and then you're like, "What? It wasn't me."
I did nothing. He was the one who is overacting in this process. I barely touched him.
Reyes, meanwhile, might get signed by Rutgers as a running back.
They need all the help they can get.
Yeah, he's got eligibility.
Shiano would use it.
Oh, wow, 45 seconds behind. Jeez, Jill, what kind of internet do you have?
Wow.
She's got the super high-powered internet. I don't have that.
She might be closer to Apple than we are.
Yeah. All right, it's a free kick for the Orlando City Soccer Club. Wide on the right.
Well, more discussions.
Well, of course, we got pushing, we got shoving. Schlegel's involved in it. Schlegel and Nealis, the two 15s, the just absolute shenanigans masters.
We need to pull them off to the side so they can just go ahead and do their own shenanigans, like in a separate picture.
Good flick on from Enrique. Orlando loads up again. It's deflected. Both of these teams are detestable, Jill. As Atlanta fans, I would agree with that. Yes. I'm trying to turn that off right now in my head. It's not easy. I'm sure it will come out a lot as we go. There's a late shot from Cameron Harper again. He's already been warned with the nodding bobblehead motion from Rosendo Mendoza. Got to watch it. Yeah, they are not exactly all that likable. I'm trying to find things that are not detestable about them if I can. Oh, we got a yellow card to Reyes. He goes first into the book because he commits another foul in quick succession on Facundo Torres.
The confidence of flashing the card.
That's good. Again, it's good refereeing. I really like Mendoza. Yeah, he's late to it. He knows exactly what he's doing. It's good work. Facundo Torres is not detestable. I like Facundo Torres. I'm sure there's somebody on the Red Bulls that I don't mind. I'm thinking about it. I'll find somebody. As a player, I really like Emil Forsberg.
Yeah.
On the field, really good player. Some other things going on in his life that are maybe not so likable.
We can separate the on the field and the off the field observations.
Yeah, there's that. I do like Ojeda and Angulo for Orlando. I like a lot of their attack, and then I don't like this nonsense because we're doing it again, and Sean Nealis is doing what Sean Nealis does.
I'm shocked.
But here's the thing: if you're playing Orlando, and you can get under their skin, you try to do it because they have a very bad history of falling apart in their moments. I do like their coaches too. I agree with you, Joe. I like Oscar a lot, and Sandro Schwartz seems all right. I have no issues with him. I like that he's modernizing the Red Bull way. It's not as the play style is not as detestable as it used to be for me. That's a style thing. Some people like the style of play. I don't. I'd much rather want the ball, but they're a little more AC/DC than they used to be.
Speaking of which, do you see that St. Louis City signed yet another player who has a past history with, I think, 3 or 4 other players with St. Louis City from the Germany U21 team?
not a major shock. They have a type, as they say.
Yes.
Yes, no domestic tranquility in the Forsberg household. That is correct. Just gonna leave that one off to the side.
Check plus.
Eek. MLS Cup next weekend, 2:30 on Saturday. 2:30 Eastern time. It's gonna be weird if it's in Los Angeles.
Well, but are they going to do the super hyper mega pregame show and make it like a 250?
Yeah, I mean they should if it's out there. They should at least kick off at noon.
Yeah. Is Maddie going? Do we know?
To MLS Cup?
Yeah.
I did not know she was intending to go.
I don't. She's insane. I was just asking in general.
I don't know. Maybe she'll join us at some point tonight, and we can ask. But I did not know that was a possibility.
Well, I mean, I figure with us anything is a possibility these days.
It's true. I am not going to MLS Cup. I can guarantee that. I am catching my breath after a very very hectic run in the postseason.
Yeah, we will have come across the semifinals. Actually, yeah, we'll have the semifinals on Friday for high school football. So I would not have been in a position really to go unless I didn't want to catch my breath.
Bodies down again. Advantage played. Here come the Red Bulls. Oh, that's
Let's,
a nice little pass. That's a nice cross, but
yeah.
there's nobody home except for Dagger Dan.
Ooh,
Dagger Dan's okay. I don't have any issues with Dagger Dan. But that's that sequence from the Red Bulls. That's the kind of soccer that they were not in any way capable of in the past.
no.
And that's what makes them a real contender. I wonder if the Orlando fans were chanting F somebody for the majority of the pregame, like they did when Atlanta was there.
Oh well, probably. Well, it might be Forsberg.
They could. They could. I don't know if they're going to go at one individual. They went at the whole city when we were down there the last couple times.
Yeah. Then but then you can't say like blank Harrison or
No. I mean, if you want to hate New Jersey, you could. Oh, that's a good little ball over the top. But Reyes, nice defending from him. Able to run that down. Looking somewhat like Naomi Gurma from earlier today. That was a good game, the U.S. women in England. I'm going to do an after the whistle. I'll post it tomorrow. Hoping that U.S. Soccer will post some
posted.
post game media. They're usually about 24 hours after.
Yeah, you were
But
kind of keeping me up to date since I was on the road.
yeah, it was a good match. I thought the U.S. were the better team on the whole. England had good moments of control and making things happen, but for the 90, the U.S. was probably the better team for 60 of it. They had more chances. Mary Earps had a couple of really good saves, but Gurma had a few plays that were just. I mean, just from a defensive perspective, whether it's reading the play or stepping up quickly or just pure pace, running things down, she was outstanding.
How did Wiegman handle the injuries with her starting 11?
I mean, both teams from a starting 11 standpoint weren't fully whole. You knew that the U.S. wasn't going to be with no triple espresso. The attack was okay. It took a while at times. I thought the U.S. looked their best when Rose Lavelle went out wide. She created a good bit. I thought Jasmine Ryan was outstanding when she came on at halftime. For England, Chloe Kelly didn't start. She came on pretty late. Fran Kirby came on pretty late. Um, I thought Park, the midfielder for Manchester United, was really good. She played about 60 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
And here come the Red Bulls playing soccer again, not getting dizzy or lightheaded.
Who are these Red Bulls and what have they done with Red Bulls?
Megan Gehring, I totally agree. Naomi Gurma is the most complete defender globally. Period. They're. I mean, I'm trying to think of somebody else I would put in that class. Red Bulls with 51% possession. That's mind blowing. I can't think of one. I'm sure it'll come up. I'm sure I'll think of somebody who's in that same category, but she's just incredible. Jorge, what's up?
Oh, and speaking of the USWNT, Bart Keeler will be joining us 10 o'clock hour on SDHAM on Monday to discuss.
Excelente.
And
Yeah, Jorge, these teams are kind of basura. Yeah. But we watch.
yes,
We are waiting to see which one of them will represent the Eastern Conference in the MLS Cup final next week.
and we also catch up with Sue Patberg late Monday afternoon as Emory
Ah,
heads to Vegas.
very nice.
And that'll get posted to the network as well.
Excellent.
And
Those of you watching, if you haven't subscribed to Soccer Down here on YouTube, please do so. You get the morning shows that post here live and all the other content that we're starting to drop in here. Oh, nice turn from Stroud. But Angulo, wise to it.
Racket.
Reyes with the underrated thigh ball forward that worked out for a moment, but then it's over his head. Uh-oh. 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 What a save from Cornell. Facundo Torres denied.
Steve Cangelosi slightly excited about that.
That's Kanji. The thigh ball from Reyes didn't play out. It's put over the top. It was a great ball. I gotta go back and see who had that pass. And then Ojeda was unselfish. Torres. I mean,
Was
it's a
it,
good save from Cornell.
was it Rojas?
No. It might have been Araujo or Cartagena. I'm not sure which one hit it. But the ball over the top to Ojeda was brilliant.
Mm-hmm.
Getting a look from behind the goal here. Yeah, it's tricky, and people will yell at Torres for not putting that away, but the defender sliding back to take away part of the goal as well, that gets in your head. He tries to beat Cornell to the near side and isn't able to pull it off. If he'd been feeling real squirrely, he would have went high to the opposite side over that defender.
Yeah.
But that's difficult to come to that conclusion in live action. Lewis Morgan breakdancing, getting the foul.
Better than the Australian, though, in the Olympics.
Much better than Ray Gun, yes. I mean, that's good work from Morgan on the ground. Got arm barred down. Got the foul. Mendoza told Araujo, I know what you're doing. Shut up. Leave me alone. I'm rooting for the referee tonight, I think.
Would you like a card, sir?
No, Mendoza likes to he likes to ratio those out. He doesn't like to just throw cards around.
Well, but I mean, if Araujo continues to mouth off,
Yeah. I mean, he might get one in the second half, but you don't like to throw those around the first half unless you have to.
no.
Reyes forced the issue with 2 quick fouls on Torres.
Yes, he did.
Forsberg flick. Oh, that was a saucy little flick. Robin Johnson was imitating that flick for some reason. I don't know why. If that had ended up going into the goal, he almost scored that.
Okay, so now I'm finally seeing the angle that you just saw.
He almost
Ooh.
scored that.
Ooh, wow.
Full credit to Dante Van Zer with his little flick.
And Gillespie was flat-footed to his left.
Yeah, I mean, you don't expect
Caught.
that.
No, he got caught staring.
You don't expect that at all. John Tolkien not looking like a member of a flock of seagulls tonight.
He's gone with he's gone without the moose this evening. The natural bob cut tonight.
Couple of crosses blocked. Red Bulls with more of the ball. Red Bulls looking more dangerous in general, but Orlando had the best chance with that Facundo Torres shot. John Tolkien backing up to the front row, getting yelled at. I think he likes that sort of thing,
Oh,
though.
no doubt. I would think that he would be right there with the retort.
Yes.
Hey, look, Schlegel and Nealis. Who knew?
Another block. Nealis with the shot from downtown Kissimmee. It gets blocked. Galese will run it down.
By the way, the juice box is coming into tonight when we got kickoff. Orlando City was a minus 115. That actually dropped. They were in the minus 120s for most of the week. 90-minute draws a plus 248. Red Bulls pretty much stayed in the 320s, finished up at plus 321 to win over 90 minutes.
Like I said, that's who I would have went with. I feel pretty good about that pick as we've seen tonight.
Mm-hmm. And for the late game, LAG has actually gone closer to even money as the week has gone along as well. And they're worse off. They're a minus 110 right now. Seattle's a plus 287, 90-minute draws a plus 264 in the composite.
Not touching anything in that one other than the LA Galaxy.
No. Yeah,
Right.
Nico was thinking maybe the total. Check in the over-under, like 3.5.
Maybe. Red Bulls with a free kick.
Yeah.
It's crazy. Orlando, after really not looking good in games 2 or 3 against Charlotte, and not really looking great last week against Atlanta, they're right there going to MLS Cup potentially.
Mm-hmm.
In game 1 against Charlotte, I think Charlotte was more playing like scaredy cats than Orlando was great.
Yeah, I think you're right.
I was really disappointed in Charlotte's approach in game 1. That was a wasted opportunity
Mm-hmm.
by Mr. Tolkien.
As I said, since I'm finally getting the chance to look at it, I'm seeing what you're talking about, and I'm going, yep, that's wasted.
Schlegel says he got hit in the neck, I guess, or he just has a sore neck.
I got an ouchie.
Yeah, Jorge Orlando is kind of bleh. And it's weird because at times this year they were definitely not bleh. Yeah, Orlando gets fancy off of the goal kick. Galese sets it down for Janssen to come running in, and it works out. Enrique can't get the shot off. Cameron Harper with another big defensive play. That's 2 for him.
Stuffed it.
The silly goal kick worked. That's 2 weird breaks for Orlando where they haven't really done much outside of that. Uh-oh. Here come the Red Bulls. Cameron Harper covering all ends of the field, making a run. Oh, Morgan. Blocked by Janssen. And then a shove in the back. Stroud's got a little bit of that old Red Bull attitude in him.
Yeah.
Nealis, shockingly, Sean Nealis went kind of half-heartedly into Ramiro Enrique there. And just whiffed. That's not a Sean Nealis kind of play. Usually he would take the ball, the player, whoever else was in the vicinity, maybe the front row. But Cameron Harper, man of the match so far.
Mm-hmm. 1 and 2.
Jorge, that Libertadores final was insanity.
Oof.
Gregory with a really dumb, stupid red card, not even a minute into the game. And Botafogo just said, okay, whatever, cool.
I mean, yeah, it was dumb stupid. It was that bad. It was dumb stupid.
It was exceedingly bad. Because you see red card in the first minute and you're like, All right, how in the world are you gonna convince a referee to give a red card in that situation? Then you see the replay and you're like, "Yep, that's a
Yep.
red card."
Cleats to the grill will do that every time.
Yep. I think it was to the ear. Exactly.
Yeah,
If
the
you wanna
side,
get specific.
mash the side of his face.
But yeah, it didn't really seem to bother Botafogo too much. They win their first ever Copa Libertadores. Thiago Almada. Maybe with the issues now in the Textor group and with Leon and with Botafogo in the Club World Cup, I would not be surprised if Thiago Almada stays for half the season and joins some European club at the beginning of next season.
Let's see. If
Gonna
Texter
struggle.
gets approved for Everton,
That'd be interesting. I mean, we'll see with the French league and legal system being what it is. Um, I'm not necessarily thinking that Leon's punishment is completely final. So we'll see. But I think Almada, because just from what I heard as that deal was getting closer to fruition, and one of the reasons why Botafogo and Texter pushed for it so hard when they did was to have him for the Libertadores run. Well, that's paid off. And now you get a Club World Cup run. Oh, no, couldn't walk the tightrope. But yeah, I would expect Almada to be with Botafogo in that. So it'd be kind of cool if Botafogo gets drawn into games in Atlanta.
and that's December 5th, the draw.
The draw is December 5th, correct? Yeah, I don't think Leon's going to be relegated either, Jorge. I mean, I know what the news was on it and all that, but I'm not buying that it actually holds up. We'll see, but any which way, I think Botafogo and the ownership of all of the clubs involved would be smart to keep him there through the Club World Cup.
And who's the third former MLS player at Botafogo? Jefferson Savarino?
Savarino. And you had former Charlotte Alan Franco on the other side in the final with Atletico Mineiro, who looked like they just lost their heads after conceding first.
And our friend Howard Hamilton was there. Did I read that correctly?
He was. He's been down in Buenos Aires for a week. Saw the crazy Boca Velez game. Yep, Howard will have a report on the Soccer Metrics Copa Libertadores show coming up soon. There's a few, Jorge. I was looking at it and thinking about who I'd like to see in Atlanta with Club World Cup. There's a few potential matchups that would be fun. There's a few teams that I wouldn't mind seeing. It's going to be a corner for Red Bulls, and I agree, Jill. They are looking very un-Red Bull like. They look like a competent soccer team. They're pretty decent with the ball. No, there's a few games that I would like to see. Some teams I wouldn't mind seeing. I mean, obviously the big crazy heavyweights that you just don't get to see all the time. That'd be kind of cool in a game that actually means something.
Right.
But Botafogo would be cool. Boca or River would be cool just because of what the spectacle would be. Give me Ulsan.
Yeah, I'm with you. Give me the heavyweights, but then give me like a freaking wild card from a place that you would not have expected.
Yeah, I want the K League represented.
Mamaloni Sundowns.
I'll take the Sundowns. No Kakamega Homeboys or no Chicken NFC, unfortunately. They could not advance.
Man, that's so bad.
Oh, if Chicken NFC made it and played in Atlanta, we would be hosting them and taking them to Bojangles.
Well,
Or
our friends in San Marino, they if they win a couple or get results going their way, if the European qualifying bracket happens, they could even be in the 26 World Cup.
yeah, no, things can happen.
And they have already said on the air on SDHAM that they look forward to being on the morning show here in Atlanta after they qualified for the 26 World Cup. They're
Oh,
looking to have us as a base of operations.
good grief. We will operate press for San Marino.
Absolutely.
Lewis Morgan pressing like a good Red Bull would. Yeah, Jill, I am with you as we get to halftime, and we'll have all kinds of random conversations that'll be even more random than they have been during the first half. No score into stoppage time. We will talk about the word clinical and how overused it is. And if you have any other submissions for overused phrases from commentators, let me know so I can write them down and try not to use them. I'm sure there's some that I use.
Oh, there was one that popped into my head.
I know there's some that I use that people are like, oh, shut up. Everybody does. We all have our crutches that we turn to and just talking about things. Um, I don't really know what mine are off the top of my head.
Well, here's one that has developed with me over time.
Hmm.
When I have because I have spent so much time over the last handful of years doing soccer, when I'm doing the other football, I will talk to coaches about previous matches, about American football. So what happened in that last match, coach? See how it has infiltrated my brain now?
Yeah, I say game plenty in both. I use plenty of American sports terms in the football, and I'm sure that upsets people.
No, I mean, I do that too. And I mean, I'll drift some hockey in occasionally and things like that.
Yeah, that's the one I don't really have much of.
I used when there was we were doing I think I was doing one of the high school games last season, and multiple players were being substituted. I mean, like 4 or 5.
Oh yeah, no, that's a standard one.
The fire wagon change,
Yeah.
and literally someone came up to the press box and was listening, and they chirped in, they talked to me through the opening in the press box, and they go, "Fire wagon change, that's great." Like, on the air, they're talking to me about using that phrase.
That's awesome.
So, that was pretty funny.
Halftime in Orlando, and
Orlando.
not really much happened.
No, that's true. That's absolutely true.
I mean, it wasn't bad. It just wasn't great. Let's look at the stats. Expected goals, Red Bulls had .09. They had 4 shots, though. This is why numbers aren't always good and why I was yelling about stats throughout. .52 expected goals for Orlando, but they only had 1 shot. It was one big chance. It was saved by Cornell. Possession 55% for Red Bulls. That is mind blowing. 14 fouls, 8-6. Red Bulls committed a couple more. Yeah, there's not really much to talk about. No, not a whole lot. So yes, I hate buzzwords. You know that, Jill. I think everybody knows that for the most part. That's something that I'll talk about with young commentators a lot is don't feel like you have to use the certain phrases that everybody else uses to try to sound authentic. I know I've said tie at times. Are we calling the match a tie or are we calling a draw a tie? Because you could do either one, and then it gets all messed up. That's where people get confused with all of the phrasing. Clinical is one that gets totally overused, and it really bugs me because it's just one of those phrases that if you don't have anything else to say about why a shot was not put into the back of the net, you say they're not clinical enough. Or if you can't really describe why it's put into the back of the net, oh, he's clinical in front of goal. It's, coaches will use it, but you have to put coach speak to a separate area because coaches will use phrases that where they really can't say what it is. At times, like, a coach can't sit here and say, well, my striker couldn't hit water if he fell off of a boat. You can't really say that. So you
No.
just say, it needs to be a little more clinical.
Yeah. Yeah.
Got a paw on it? I haven't used that. I've talked about I've used it more like in a secondary thing where, and I'll usually use it when I'm talking about Brad Kazan because they call him a polar bear. So I'll do that. I'm sorry, Jorge. I don't use it all the time. I think I really only use it with Kazan, and it's just playing off a polar bear for me.
Right. Yes.
Um, trying to think if I'm sure I've said it at some point 'cause I know the phrase and it comes to mind, but um, yeah, I don't think that's one I use too much.
Oh, what's the one in
Jorge hates it. See, Jorge, now I'm gonna use it more because you brought it
yes,
up,
exactly.
and it's all your fault, and I apologize in advance.
Oh, what's the one having to do with offense, and it's the opposite of clinical when you're
Uh, I don't know.
it's not practical, it's, um
You're not talking pragmatic.
yeah, that, yeah,
Oh,
pragmatic.
no, that's not offense. People will use pragmatic, and I think typically in England they'll use it as a synonym for defensive, and it's not. Like I talked about it, and I think in my interview with Rob going into or hey, come on, don't go to Spanish because I'm going to say Paul. Come on, um, that I think Rob said something about being pragmatic, or it came up, and I said I love what the word means in its true definition of, and I thought Rob was actually a really good example of that. Like he had what he had to work with, and he had to figure out what would fit that. Like he couldn't be hung up on playing a certain way because you didn't have the pieces to play other ways. Wow, SofaScore and Apple's stats are very, very different when it comes to expected goals.
How different are they?
Well, um,
Point to
SofaScore has it at 0.52 for Orlando and 0.09 for Red Bulls.
as opposed to 0.28 and 0.22 respectively.
Yeah, that's why stats and especially XG is very, very overrated. Um,
Gunther
but
successfully defends his world heavyweight championship against Damian Priest.
yes, he did. Sorry, I was looking down. I think Finn Balor ran in at some point.
Of course he did.
But no, pragmatic is a really good word to use when you use it correctly, not just when you use it as being defensive, because that's not what it means. If you are adapting how you play based off of the players that you have at your disposal, you're being pragmatic, and that's a good thing. That's a very smart thing.
Yeah, I've always associated pragmatic with practical, with the resources that you have in front of you
Mm-mm.
instead of it being negative.
I mean, it's not practical. Like your beloved England, that's they use it as a negative.
Yeah, they do. Oh, he's being pragmatic.
Yeah,
And
it's
you
like
can tell by how they say the word too.
yes, there's
He's being pragmatic.
a drip of sarcasm on
Yeah.
it at times.
No, I view pragmatic through a different prism.
Pragmatic is it's not a positive or a negative word. It's just it's a word that describes how you are approaching something. And I used pragmatic in a positive with Rob Valentino and what he did. Fanzer, Torres, Carbajo with 2 goals each. Yeah, that's right, Megan. It's it's marrying the two. Maybe is the best way to put it. It's player centric rather than system centric. I think it finds the system to fit the players. All right, as we're trying new things, let's throw that up there. There we go. Sean Dyche. I'm sure he's a wonderful person. I'm
Pragmatic.
not a fan of his soccer. Big Sam, I've talked about many, many times.
Oh
Uh, um, yeah, like truly being pragmatic is like what Megan said about I say marrying the player and the system and making it work. Because if you have a system that doesn't suit your players, you're not going to be successful. If you have a group of players and you don't put some kind of a system to it, oh, I mean, if you get individual matchups and win 1v1s, you can be okay, but probably not. Um, Making a system or making your system fit the players that you have is the way to go. And I'm all about system and I'm all about like philosophy and styles of play and I will always opt if I'm picking it to want the ball and base everything around having the ball. But there are times, and not just in times in games, because that's a different conversation. That's more of a tactical conversation, um, where if you have a lead, you're protecting the lead and you drop off and those kinds of things. That's different. But if you adapt your philosophy to fit what you're working with, I think you can do that always to a point and still be true to who you are. And there's outside of it too, and that's going to be like a fascinating thing for me. And we're not going to see what happens in Atlanta with Rob in that way, but I would be really curious to see Valentino with a I I don't want to say complete roster because that's not fair. I think just with more options
Yeah,
in the attack, because I think he had to base things around. Jorge, we'll get into that in just a second. Um, I think he had to base things around what he had, and especially the situation he was in too. I think trying to do enough to earn the job.
right.
He couldn't risk as much. He had to go more with veterans. He had to go more with not losing. And I don't think he ever played. And I think that's what was so interesting about him is he always played to win, even if it meant he had to be a little more defensive at times than maybe I expected, maybe what expected from him or thought was going to happen. But he always tried to find ways to win. He never like played for a draw or played not to lose. Jorge said, I thought Rob was good with matching shapes and ideas with personnel. I don't think it worked for the Orlando game. Honestly, I don't think we really got to find out. I I was surprised with the back line going into the game with Hernandez out of that. I thought Hernandez helped Saba in the wingback role. I know the idea was the movement from Orlando. He wanted to have the extra defender, and the team showed they were comfortable playing it against Miami. I believe there was a little bit of a push from the locker room to go with the line of five when they went to Fort Lauderdale for game one. And remember, they started in the line of four and they had to move to the line of five after the injuries started hitting and all that. Um, but I think with the Orlando lineup, the biggest surprise to me was maybe Abram keeping his spot and Hernandez losing his spot.
Yeah.
Because I think Hernandez supported Saba really well in that wingback role, and without Hernandez, I thought Saba struggled. I talked about it in the first half, in that first 30 minutes or so that we got to really see what the matchup could look like. Outside of that, honestly, I don't know what else I would have done different. And then, I mean, with TRA trying to continue, can't get to halftime, which if he gets to halftime, you might have been able to turn the game around in the second half. And then you lose Rios in one of the flukiest things, and then you just don't have a 9. So you're completely guessing at that point. It's Saba up there for a while. Then I think it did work pretty well with Moranchuk there, dropping off as a false 9. You just had limited times you could change the game in the second 45 because of having to use the sub window, and you didn't have a lot of options. I mean, yeah, Megan, you didn't have a deep enough bench. Um, you did the best that you could in that, but if there's anything that if the situation had been different and I'd had a chance to talk to him about it, I would have asked him about the in in hindsight the back line and would he have started Hernandez? I know that was a difficult decision for him. We talked about it in our production meeting heading into that. It was a very difficult decision to not start Ronald there. I think ultimately that would be the one that I would wonder what it could have looked like. But 30 minutes, I don't know if it really told us enough.
Now with Ronald as a part of that back line, to me, what it did is obviously it freed up Saba more, and we've always known that if an opportunity presented itself, Ronald jumps into the play, and he's not afraid to be a part of the offense, and he'll launch from 20 or 22 without any kind of a fear either. So That to me was one of the biggest question. I agree with you. For me, it was Ronald not being in and Luis being in on that left hand side.
Yeah, because if Luis is if because you're going to start Steve and you're going to start Derek.
Yes.
So it's Luis or Ronald, and if you start Luis, then you have Stien to the right. You're not going to put Luis there. If you have Ronald, you're going to have him to the right. I think playing Saba as wingback made sense for what you were trying to do, but it made more sense with Ronald as the right center back because, as Jorge said, Saba has more freedom with Ronald there, and the way that I discussed it in the first half, Stien didn't want to get out wide and get out there to where Ronald would because Ronald's naturally a right back. So when Saba would go up high and get caught, ball turns over, the other team attacks down that side. Ronald's comfortable dropping out as a right back, whereas Stien isn't. So when Stien doesn't, Orlando could advance down that side deeper. Saba's got to run back more, and then you get pulled apart a little bit more. You just concede being a little more aggressive. So that would have been the one that I would have wondered. Yeah, Megan, that's actually a really good point. Said I felt like they were figuring it out toward the end if we had 10 more minutes. Yeah. Uh it was a weird game emotionally for me, because it starts and going into it, I had confidence they could win, no question. Um didn't think it was a guarantee, but I had confidence that they could do it. Then the way the game started, I was kind of like, "Ooh, Orlando's up for it. They're playing really well. This isn't really going your way." All right. And then the injury with TRA and just that whole confusion, then the goal, and it's a fluky goal. Then TRA's out. Then go into the second half. It's like, okay, you've gotten Rios time now to get settled. Let's see how this looks. And then he gets knocked out. Then I'm just like, you're just a mess for a while because there's no idea how it's going to look and what it's going to do. And you've got to conserve subs because you used a concussion sub there, but you've only got 2 sub windows outside of that to make changes. So you can't make normal substitutions in the normal flow to change the game at that point. So you've got to figure it out. And he tried it and then knew he was going to bring Ronald on. And when that happened, you moved the pieces around. I thought the group at the end made sense and worked about as well as it possibly could. And yeah, if they'd had more time to build some chemistry, I think they could have found one. I really do. Jill says 80% passing average for the Red Bulls. This is a parallel universe. I'm
No
telling you, this
doubt.
is a Red Bulls team that can play now. It's I said it early. I remember talking about this. John, what are you doing?
Oh, sorry. That was a notification from WhatsApp.
It sounded like I don't know, an alien?
Yeah.
Okay, fair enough. Uh yeah, it's just I said it really early this season that Emil Forsberg, that's a push in the back, made the Red Bulls a much more dangerous team. And I remember being afraid of watching them in the first month of the season. And then he got hurt, and then they looked like the Red Bulls had lately, where they didn't have that attacking piece that made them dangerous. When they've got him, this is a good team. And like I said at the start of this, I think they're a better team than Orlando.
Yep.
But Orlando's done okay. Both teams kind of canceling each other out. It's 56 degrees in Central Florida.
Darn balmy conditions.
Yeah, it's kind of chilly on a Saturday night when we went to dinner down there last weekend. I was like, what? This is weird. Why am I wearing a hoodie in Orlando, Florida? Rosendo Mendoza has everything set the way that he wants. John Tolkien with the free kick. Go off the post and in! Red Bulls have the lead. Reyes doesn't use his thigh this time. He uses his forehead.
Ooh.
And he still almost missed it. I think. I think he headed it very off where he wanted to, and it goes off the inside of the post and in.
Yeah, I think he was late to his anticipated angles
It
there.
was 3 feet away, and he almost missed the header.
I mean, that's almost true talent right there.
Let's see. So it's a good ball from Tolkien. He's onside. He's literally 3 feet from the goal, and he almost misses it. He heads it off the post and in.
Mm.
He's gonna say he called bank. He absolutely did not call bank.
Oh God, no.
Andres Reyes.
I meant to do that.
Yeah, he's gonna tell you that he did, and he's a liar.
He's a lying liar.
But the Red Bulls have the lead. Now this is gonna get really interesting.
Mhm.
God, the Red Bulls are gonna win MLS Cup, and I'm gonna vomit.
And they are 43 plus however many minutes away from the possibility of an LA market, New York market for a MLS Cup.
It's a New Jersey market.
I still wish they would embrace the New Jersey.
They should come out to nothing but Bon Jovi and Springsteen.
Absolutely. And if you're really looking for cheap talent, get Southside Johnny to be halftime.
Sure.
Oh, and shocking no one, Florida State is a half away from being 2-10, down 14-0.
Shouldn't have cried so much about getting left out of the playoff last year.
Was it 23 dudes that instantly ducked out and were like, nope, we're not playing, and got absolutely destroyed. And I knew that was coming. I knew that was coming, and then B, I knew that there was no way we were going to get picked for the playoff. Knew it, absolutely knew it.
I mean, last year was just the crazy. It is barely even a New Jersey market. I agree with you, Jorge. Last year was just the craziest thing with the playoff because you had 6 teams for 4 spots. I mean, everybody leaves Georgia out of that conversation, but they lost 1 game by 3 points all season, and they were the defending back-to-back champions.
Wow.
Any other year, they go to the playoff too.
Yeah. Well, and I mean, with Florida State, it was something where you're, you lose your quarterback, and then you had 24 dudes go out, and if you're
Yeah,
making quality television, there's no way in hell you're including them as a part of that.
you weren't going to have the 24 dudes who go out if you're in the playoff. It's you don't have your quarterback, and the resume wasn't all
Mm,
that strong.
no.
And that's why you end up not getting picked, and it creates chaos. And now they're paying the price for all of it and winning 2 games all season.
And by the way, you know who their new offensive coordinators are going to be?
Who?
Gus Malzahn.
Good times. Have fun with
He's leaving Central Florida because he's on the hot seat there.
that.
And it appears that he is leaving that gig to be the new OC at Florida State next season.
Have fun with that.
Oh, joy.
We're into the Survivor Series main event with the Bloodline versus the OG Bloodline. We're Red Bulls with a 1-0 lead in Central Florida. Oh, Lewis Morgan went for the thigh ball. Didn't quite come off.
Didn't go for the late header?
No,
The bank header?
No, he went for the thigh ball. It did not work. Yeah, New Jersey's okay, Jorge. It's funny in terms of road trips in the league. That's actually one of my favorites. Where we stay in Hoboken, it's nice. The area around the hotel that we stay in, where we've always stayed, good, walkable, plenty of good places to eat. I went to
Absolutely.
a Cuban place that was on Diners, Drive-ins, and Dives last time. Um, just an old school Cuban place, family run for a long, long time. It was really good. Had a Cuban sandwich and black beans and rice and a materva for lunch. I mean, come on, that's living.
Wasn't yesterday like National Mate Day or something?
I think so. I think it was.
But yeah, when I go up to Hoboken, it's staying at Port Register because you can hop on the ferry and go right across to New York City, and then you can take taxis wherever you need to, and then you go into Hoboken. You get great. I mean, you mentioned great food. We have friends, and we always go to a couple of Italian restaurants.
We went to a Lebanese place this time around. That was very, very good. A little bit further away. Morgan gets called for the foul, even though he got the ball, but he went in with studs. He says he got the ball. That's not how any of this works. One day, people will learn that getting the ball does not give you diplomatic immunity.
Diplomatic immunity.
That's a phrase that I probably use a lot. I always talk about getting the ball and diplomatic immunity. That's one of my greatest hits. Not quite cliche level, but I know I use it a good bit.
Bronson Reed out number 2. So
Oh. Somehow I think you're ahead of me on that, but behind me on Apple TV, which is very strange.
So Bronson Reed looking for hardware before he wanders into the ring.
There's wrestling happening, there's college football happening, there's MLS playoffs happening, there's all kinds of things.
So Bronson,
Orlando needs to make a comeback happen here.
5 chairs have been thrown into the ring by Bronson Reed.
I mean, sure.
And he's just had Jey Uso has now thrown 2 of the 5, 3 of the 5. And Bronson Reed punched the 3rd chair straight out of the Big Show's playbook.
Yeah, you're ahead of me on Peacock, but behind me on Apple TV, which is weird. Can Orlando mount a comeback? Ivan Angulo trying to make it happen. Oh, he tried the back heel around the back. It almost worked. But Cameron Harper said no. Former Celtic man Cameron Harper has perhaps been the player of the match tonight.
We should ask Jared Smith about his Celtic days.
Yeah, he should show up. Jared Smith got the invite. He has not shown up as of yet.
The bad guys taking full advantage of the 2-on-1 right now against the good guys in the in War Games.
That's how War Games works.
Waiting for the equalizer in 75 seconds as the countdown clock continues.
Yeah, I would have the road trip to Red Bull in the top half of the league for sure. Maybe even the top 10.
Montreal.
Montreal's great. Orlando is meh. It's been better the last couple times. We stayed in the Disney Springs area, like on the resort side of things. That has been convenient, and we have grown fond of Jaleo, the Jose Andres restaurant at Disney Springs.
Understood.
I mean, paella, come on, it's really good.
How's that?
Flamenco dancing. There's all kinds of things happening. It's really good. I mean, it's Jose Andres. You know, it's going to be legit.
Mm-hmm.
So that's been good. We found a random Peruvian restaurant, Papa Llama, a couple times ago when we went. Mike found it. It was a former food truck that they opened up a restaurant, and it's one of those kind of places that you go in, you get your reservation, and they're going to serve you what they're going to serve you, and it is amazing. It's classic Peruvian, but then they do like wild, crazy things to it, and it's very, very good. So Orlando's moved up over the years as one of the saddest road trip things we ever had to do was eat after a game at Applebee's in
Yes.
Orlando because there was nothing else actually open. Philadelphia is pretty meh, Jorge. I'm not a fan of that road trip. I have very greatly disliked their style of play and how they've handled themselves. And yes, I'll be very curious to see how everything shakes out because I don't know. But
yeah. Speaking of which, I'm going to bookmark that for a second until you finish your thought.
yeah, I will never hide from the fact that I've not been a big fan of how the Philadelphia Union have acted and played. I think the Red Bulls, in terms of the playing, and I know they all get lumped together, and St. Louis gets lumped into that too. Like and Cincinnati, but Cincinnati does it very differently, in my opinion. I think the Red Bulls are going towards Cincinnati in terms of being a pressing team that can play. And I think you have to do that if you really want to win in this league. If you're gonna say I'm going to base everything on not having the ball as opposed to basing everything I do with the ball. You still have to be able to play. And I think Cincinnati's shown that, okay, you have Lucho Acosta, that, you know, you can make it happen. I think the Red Bulls with Emil Forsberg, okay, you can make it happen. Philly's never had that. And I think it's why they have not been as successful.
And then
Oh,
Cincinnati.
Orlando going crazy, wanting a penalty. Nani might come running out of the stands to yell at Rosendo Mendoza. It's looking like classic
Robin
Orlando.
Janssen throwing arms. The "Are you crazy? Come on now!"
Flapping arms, yelling in Swedish.
Woo.
Says his shirt was grabbed.
And then Cincinnati signed Kevin Dinquet from Cercle Bruges.
Yeah, we'll see how that goes.
And then
I'm very not optimistic about that one working.
and Jimmy Uso is the equalizer, by the way, at 2-on-2.
Ah, very nice.
And John Herdman.
Hold on. Let's see if there's a shirt grab.
Okay.
A very mild shirt grab. And Janssen fell to his knees on his own.
As the
And
tallest
then,
individual.
yes, and then tried to flap his arms. And come
It's
on.
so bad.
Come on.
That is so bad.
If there's one thing, if I got to be in charge of the league and discipline and all those things for 24 hours, I would make a rule that could not be repealed, that the disciplinary committee will review that kind of nonsense and give retroactive yellow cards after the game.
Would love
Like,
it.
give him a yellow card for being a dummy.
Yes.
Just you're stupid, you're flopping, you're flapping your arms like you want to fly to Sweden, you get a yellow card.
Would love that.
And then you have the same accumulation stuff. So it's not like a severe penalty. It's not going over the top with it, but it adds up. And then players maybe stop trying to flap their arms and be silly morons.
Solo Sikoa pulled rank and made Jacob Fatou go in third.
Jacob Fatou is a scary man.
He is the werewolf.
Uh-oh, here comes Orlando. Headed away.
Yeah, next slowdown, I have my next topic.
What's your topic?
Well, John Herdman. We have yet to discuss.
John Herdman. That guy. I can't remember where I said it first. I think I said it everywhere that I've talked in front of a microphone and the topics come up in the last 2 years. Definitely said it after he was hired. Get up and stop whining. Good grief. I mean, this is bad when they're making the Red Bulls. Like, you're feeling bad for the Red Bulls because of the flopping and yelling. Yes, the Barco Retribution Initiative. Yes, Jorge. No, like I said when Toronto hired John Herdman that it would be a spectacular failure. Here comes Duncan McGuire. I said that it would not work. I said that it would be very bad. Luis Moriel as well. We'll see how Orlando shapes everything out now. Enrique comes off, so 2-ish up top with Moriel under McGuire. Even in my wildest dreams of Toronto falling apart spectacularly and Herdman being a colossal failure, I did not see this coming. I did not see a drone scandal that Herdman was at the heart of, and then does well. I believe that in these competitions that we did not do such things, and then like immediately people from Canada Soccer like, well, yeah, we did. Like, Canada Soccer is like, when Herdman left the national team program and some of the reactions from the Canadian media, people were waiting.
Mm-hmm.
And they didn't think they were going to get this opportunity. They didn't think they were going to get at him and stick the knife in the back this way. They were like, he's not going to win enough, and we'll be able to yell at him then. And, oh, yeah, it's going to be fun when he gets pushed out the door for us to laugh. They got to stick the knife in this time. No, I don't believe that we did such a thing in those competitions. Yes, you did. Not even 24 hours later. And then Toronto didn't fire him, which is kind of crazy with all of the things that were out there about it and not really in dispute, except for Herdman just being like, I don't believe we did these things.
No.
Except you did.
Yeah, you did.
And you created a culture of using drones and created a culture of people not being able to say no to that without their jobs being in jeopardy and all these different things. I am very, very happy to see John Herdman in whatever way, whether he walked himself, which I do not believe
No.
is exactly what's going on, because Herdman doesn't think about anybody other than himself. I'm very, very happy to see everything come crashing down for John Herdman because of how he handled himself with the Canadian national team, what he said about Croatia at a World Cup looking like an absolute fool. And I'm very happy after the way, for no good reason at all, when we were there in March, him just absolutely not shaking Gonzalo Pineda's hand for no reason. Nothing was going on in the game to get there. And he just didn't shake his hand.
Yep.
And it was very embarrassing. And I believe we have someone else crashing the party. There he is, Jarrett Smith, just in time to talk about John Erdman.
Yeah. Oh, buddy.
Personally, I have made the difficult decision that it's the right time for me
Look
to
at
step
you!
away from the club
Look at you, Red Bulls.
as the
I know they're playing soccer. It's crazy.
vision for the future.
I know. Anyway, go ahead, John. I'm sorry to interrupt you reading off my favorite press release of the year.
Yes.
Oh,
Quote, personally, I have made the difficult decision that it's the right time for me to step away from the club as the organization defines its vision for the future.
Uh-oh. Reyes with a high boot. Hold on. Reyes with a high boot. He's on a yellow card.
Ooh.
Why is Janssen not flapping his arms about this one? Because this would be a valid arm flapping moment.
I was going to say maybe he actually is hurt instead of
no,
not.
but it's a high boot. Like, no, Janssen was there. He could have been arguing and flapping his. That's a yellow. That's a yellow on Reyes. That's a second yellow.
Sorry. That's good night.
How is he not sent off? Mendoza, I've been talking so good about you tonight.
Oh, that's so bad.
You mean to tell me a Red Bulls team gets the benefit of the doubt on whistles?
Oh.
And cards?
Oh.
Look, this is a weird game for me just because, like,
hold
Jason,
on, we have another person joining the party.
Oh.
What's up, Maddie?
She's not dead.
Hey, everybody. I'm not
She
dead.
sounds
No.
dead.
Listen, I do feel dead. I'm not gonna lie to you. I screamed a lot last night.
As we can tell.
I sound like I like smoke like a cigarette like every day or something. I don't know.
No. You sound like you smoke a pack.
Yes,
or two.
Yeah, it's true. Very true. Also, so was that not a yellow? Like, what's going on?
I mean, come on.
Should have been. Goodness.
It should have been.
And Mendoza's done a really good job in this game, but he absolutely got that one wrong.
Mm-hmm.
This is such a weird game too, because like Orlando's been cagey in the playoffs, but in the way that Jason, we've talked about this since 2017. That what's the most important number for your team in a playoff game?
0 on the board for the opposition.
Damn straight, and they've done a really good job of keeping that at 0 or 1.
Ooh.
They're cagey as hell, but also like this version of Orlando like seems to have traded the Oscar Pareja getting too pragmatic for your own good with Oscar Pareja decided to put a live viper in someone's bed, and like they're just fighting people now.
Oh, that's what they always did. But
I know, but like I feel like they've ramped it up this year.
In ways that don't necessarily make sense. Like that whole last sequence is a prime example with the high boot. Like if that happens to me, Janssen, who fell to his knees and like had when the shirt got pinched, like fell to his knees and flapped his arms, nearly flying to Stockholm. He's going nuts in that moment where you're not getting anything.
Crying wolf.
That's a high boot right in front of you and the referee. You have to go ballistic because even if you don't get the call, which you're not going to convince him to change it, that's going to be in the referee's head that, oh man, I think I've got that one wrong. If Reyes breathes on somebody wrong, I'm sending him off.
And at that point, does Oscar pull Reyes? Like we got 20
no,
plus
Reyes
minutes.
for Red Bull. Reyes for Red Bull. Center back.
Sorry. It does.
Yeah.
Sorry, but you get my point.
Wait a minute. Sean Nealis gets the yellow card for a dumb foul.
Wait, I thought Sean Nealis died last week.
Nah, he's back living.
Sean Nealis. Whatever.
But no, he. I don't know if y'all saw that last week when he went off with the injury. Dude, he was out cold before he hit the ground. Like he didn't even fence.
Yeah, he was listed as questionable jaw coming into this one.
That I'm sorry, man. There's no way he cleared protocol. That man did not know his mother's name when he got off the ground.
Yeah, it's different
I
for
know
everybody.
concussions are weird. I know,
Yeah.
but I'm very skeptical.
Yeah, I will give the benefit of the doubt until proven otherwise in that situation, and you know how sensitive I am to that stuff. But
Yes, I do.
I haven't noticed any issues with this. But yeah, I'm with you. It was scary last week. I did not expect him to be in the starting lineup tonight, and I do think you're getting now with Nealis and Reyes on yellows that you're gonna have to think about it if you're Sandro Schwartz.
Yep.
And that was
Yeah,
not the
there's
smart
oh,
foul from Nealis at all.
No,
Like
he
right
didn't
at the
need to
top,
commit
that's
it.
not good.
It's
a day-
going sideways too. He doesn't need to commit that foul.
It's a day that
and someone
Oh,
just got concussed.
That's Reyes.
Yes. Well,
Minor.
okay, so that was my question. I got the names mixed up. You're correct. But that was my question: was does Sandro Schwartz get Reyes off here with 20 minutes to go and make a change? Because even though that he didn't get that yellow, and now you might take him off because he might be dead.
Nah, I think he took it on top of the head, but I think
he lost like 2 inches of height there, but
he's okay. He braced himself before he went down. It doesn't feel good, but
no,
I
it
think
does
there's
not.
also an element of taking your time here.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh,
But I mean,
absolutely.
do you take him off at some point because you know that Orlando is going to target him?
Well, let's talk about it. Let's see what options the Red Bulls have on the bench. At center back, you got Noah Ailey, the young Swede. He would be the one because he's the only one. Yeah, I probably would. They are doing this. Might just be standard concussion check for Reyes.
I don't know. I don't know if that's the team doctor or if that's the neutral doctor.
I think it's. I can't tell. I can't see the badge. Yeah, I think this is a little bit of shenanigans. Well, now we're doing a different test. What hat does Sandro Schwartz have, by the way?
That's
I'm
what I was
confused by
trying
it.
to ask. It looked
Yeah.
like a trucker hat.
It's better than the one I'm missing around the NFL this year. That's annoying me. That we're back to the thing where people wear the hats with the little braid of color along where the brim meets the
Oh
body
yeah,
of
I
the
don't
hat.
like that. I'm not a fan. I know the I think I have. I don't know if it's actually behind me in the shot that you guys can see. No, you can't. The white and blue Atlanta United hat, the white one with the blue with the new kit. It's got the little blue like rope across the front
Ooh.
in that bill. I see. I don't like that. I remember you liking it, Maddie. I was like, I don't like that. I don't wear that.
Listen,
Maddie's lost enough money over the last calendar year.
never.
The amount
Listen,
of merch that she's wanted to buy and hasn't is still scary.
True.
listen, y'all. This is why Black Friday and everything. I'm seeing all these deals. I get excited.
Well, you got
I'm
Cyber
like,
Monday
ooh.
too.
Exactly, guys. This is bad. Like I can't be doing this, but I'm going to. So.
Hey,
I
speaking
can't
of
be doing this,
deals,
but I'm
you
going
can buy. Speaking of deals, you can buy a Soccer Down Here jersey from Olive and
Whoop,
York,
whoop.
That is true.
and that will benefit 3 different nonprofits that we are working with in 2025. And hold on, the Red Bulls might go try to score and put this game away. Forsberg blocked. But yes, you can buy that, and a portion of the proceeds will support soccer organizations around the metro.
What about our relationship with Grady Baby and Grady Baby Coach?
Yes, you can buy that hoodie too, and they have a Black Friday sale going on as well, and that specifically will help middle school soccer in Atlanta Public Schools.
I'm sorry, it was that little outside of the foot scoop pass. That was very pretty.
It's saucy.
Oh, it is 4-on-4, and now Solo is the last of the evil of the new bloodline to come out with Roman in the cage.
We've crossed the streams.
Oh yeah, no, that's happening over here to my right too.
Yeah, well, and CM Punk jumped Roman in the line, and he was not happy about it. So Roman's last one left, and he's seething.
Roman's just mad about the game last night.
Yeah. Well,
yeah, that's okay.
And CM Punk hit everybody with the toolbox, and then he hit Jacob Fatu with it, and Fatu no-sold it.
Yeah, Jacob. That's how it goes. He's got cranium like Sean Nealis.
I like the part where Braun Breaker just decided to do whatever the hell he felt like without thinking about the consequences of it.
Braun Breaker, the pride of Kennesaw State.
Yeah.
Dude.
Etowah High School, fullback, Bronson Recksteiner.
I believe he won a state title in wrestling too.
Yeah, we did an Etowah game when he was a junior, I think, on Football Fridays. When I think it was Etowah and North Gwinnett, and the two sides fought at the end of the game.
Nice.
And Mo Dixon and Dave Spala almost got into a fight themselves. And Mo Dixon is like 5'0", 100. Dave Spala is like 6'8", the head coach at Etowah at the time, and they got into it with the handshake.
Speaking of 5'0" and 100, Nico Ladero has checked into the game
There
for
you
Orlando City.
Thank you very much for
107
that,
years
Trent.
old.
Yes, that's true.
But hey, this is the moment. This is why you signed him.
Oh yeah, 100%. He's been really good for them this year. He's done. He's got double-digit assists. He's done everything that you expected, and I know we talked about it at one stage on Soccer Down here. I think probably in the off season going into this year that there was talk about Nico Ladero potentially ending up in Atlanta with somebody that he had a great relationship with in Gonzalo Pineda. And it didn't happen, and he went to Orlando, and he's done really well.
Orlando is turning up the gravity.
Sorry, Jorge. It was the only transition I could work with Ladero coming into the field. I was not completely making fun of everybody's height. I was trying to find a segue.
We're going to get to that point where Orlando's going to do to Red Bulls what they did to Charlotte, which is anytime someone's in the box, if you breathe on them, they are going to go full Greg Louganis.
Robin Johnson already did that once.
Yeah. Robin Johnson basically got soft grabbed, and he went down like he had been triple teamed in a cage.
Angulo with the big switch. Uh-oh. Here they come.
Ooh, pivotal moment.
Here they go.
Oh.
I think John's talking about a different pivotal moment.
Yep. Solo's trying to lock Roman Reigns out of the cage.
That's what I thought he was talking about.
Watching Emil Forsberg just absolutely cook people. Remember, kids, men will go across the Atlantic Ocean and play for the farm team for a Red Bulls corporate league instead of going to therapy.
I said he was a really good soccer player. I did not talk about anything else when it came to Emil Forsberg.
Absolutely. We are qualifying this 100%.
Yes. Yes, he has definitely made them a better team on the field. That's it.
Is Uncle in he's not in this one. He's in the LA Galaxy.
Correct.
Seattle
he's the fourth.
Game. So okay.
So he's gonna be the one that the coaches are jawing at.
Yeah, I don't know who the fourth is in this game.
So we might see a coach or two sent off, maybe?
In LA, we might see a player sent off.
Oh, maybe, yeah. True.
Yeah, I think you're going to see more of that. Vanny and Schmetzer will walk the line, but not be out of control. I think they get more sarcastic than they get, like, raging angry.
Yes.
Yeah, they're not catty.
Yeah, Kvetchy bitchy. No,
they are. They're catty.
Yeah,
but they're not like. But they're not going to like threaten someone's life.
Right. Ooh, still there for Orlando in the 18. Still alive. Big header from the other Neelis.
The fourth in this one is Lucas Zapala. Caroline Chenard.
Still alive for Orlando. Blocked off the face.
Roman scaling the cage to get in.
That was a great ball from Robin Johnson to Rafael Santos, but it did not come off. Jarrett, you do this again?
All of my Wi-Fi just froze up because the game froze up too.
I blame Robin.
So let's ask this because I haven't been able to ask everyone this, so let's do it now. The Orlando penalty against Charlotte that Charlotte is still mad about.
Yeah.
Penalty or no?
Yeah, it's a penalty.
Yeah, I think it's a penalty.
Jess is not here to threaten anyone.
Yeah. Sorry, Jill had a question for you, Jarrett.
Yeah.
Do you get it? Oh, did you get it on the screen?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, marriage counseling. Yeah. Emil Forsberg would sooner go across the Atlantic Ocean than deal with marriage counseling.
Correct.
Yes. This is it. Yeah, there's enough in it for a penalty. I didn't see it at first. when I first saw it, because we were standing in the camera deck in Fort Lauderdale watching it.
Yes.
I was watching it with Phil Shane and Thomas Rongen, and I was like, "Oh, that's a terrible call." And then they finally showed the one angle where there's a pretty decent shirt grab.
Yeah, it's a very decent shirt grab, but it's also it's one of those where
Santos with a good shot. Cornell saves.
I thought he was absolutely looking for it, and he found it.
Yeah. I mean, I
Which
think
is
it's
fine,
hard
it
to
happens.
not give it. Yeah, I think it's okay.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I think you look at it and there's contact. There's contact. I don't think you can dispute it as like it's like no, it's a penalty. It's a penalty, and I get it.
Ricky Pooch is walking.
Ricky Pooch has
Ricky
a
Pooch
white
is dressed.
sports coat.
He's dressed like
Whoa.
He's gonna be the opening act at the Brown Derby for the Frank Sinatra sound-alike contest.
he's dressed like Brad Pitt at the end of *Inglourious Bastards*.
I'm not going to talk about this because of his fashion sense, but I will talk about his effect on the team. I think in most seasons, Ricky Pooch would be an MVP candidate. I think he's been that good.
Agreed.
And
he's been good.
Didn't want to go there and talk about him in that way. He's been amazing, and he's just the perfect fit for that team. Maybe not in picking their fashion.
Oh no,
it wasn't that bad. I just can't pull that off. I can't pull off the white suit jacket.
He's such a fun player to watch as up top when you see him with LA. He's so fun.
Same. I love his game. I love how much personality he plays with on the field. I love that he made the decision to come to this league at a young age. Like he's the kind of guy that I'd like to see more of around MLS for sure.
We could have had Jean Bleu Tabla, but he decided to flame out.
Ooh, Jorge with a question. Who's been the worst designated player this season? I guess new DP, new signing, I would assume, or just worst DP in the league.
Hello, Chicago. If we're just going general DP,
yeah.
I mean, I'd have to look.
Hold on, I need to.
I'm getting a 2024 list out.
I wonder if there's an easy way to look. Oh yeah, there is. Current designated players on Wikipedia, and I'm sure it's not 100% accurate. Who's I'm looking at this list and who's been bad. I mean, Richie Larea listed as a designated player is kind of frightening.
You go.
Yeah, that's bad.
That has more to do with with Toronto's bad business decisions.
Well, I mean, Stian was listed as a designated player as well, and when you get into,
was fine when his hamstrings were working,
but that's not often, sadly.
General DP, not necessarily a new one.
Yeah, and not like the borderline designated player like Chonkalai in New England or Gregerson or those kinds.
Yeah, Gregerson was a DP because of financial maneuvering, which was good financial maneuvering.
It is, and it's because you're under that like 1.5, 1.6 million, or you're just over it and you don't have other numbers and you can make it work.
Yeah.
So I'm looking at like
Kuipers,
bigger ones. I mean, Kuipers is up there, and that's why I'm not exactly thinking that Denke is going to be incredible for Cincinnati. Like Kuipers was the previous Golden Boot winner from Belgium. And he's,
Yeah, Yorgos won a Golden Boot. Well, that was another one. Sorry.
Yeah, that's a little different.
Driussi kind of fell off the map.
I think that's a little bit more
like he wants out of Austin.
Kuipers might be the one.
Is Mukhtar still? Is he still a designated player for Nashville?
Oh God, yeah.
He is. Walker is a designated player as well, and
Surridge. I believe is Sam Surridge is the DP up there.
Surridge also a designated player?
I don't think he's a super high dollar one, but I think he is in the sense of like.
No, he's almost $3 million a year.
2.9.
Oh, I thought it was lower. I thought his salary was lower than that. I thought a lot of his was because of his purchase price.
No, he is. Let me confirm before I make my declaration. I want to make sure that he has done what I think he's done in general. He had he had scored 12 goals this year. I can't say that then. I didn't pay a whole lot of attention to Nashville a lot this year because they just weren't all that great.
Yeah.
But he scored 12 goals, so I can't talk trash about him.
He's not a bad fit, man, for what they wanted to do. The only problem is he's here 2 years too late because Hani Mukhtar isn't the same Hani Mukhtar. He's not bad, but he's not like Hani Mukhtar. Man, Hani Mukhtar was dragging their ass through the playoffs.
Oh yeah, no, he was
Like,
amazing.
Yeah, the MVP year was ungodly.
Kuiper scored 10 goals. So, I mean, if you get double-digit goals, like it's hard to say you're a bum, you know, and you had a horrible year. How many games did Walker play this year? Because he might end up being
was
that guy
hurt.
this year. I know. And he's fallen off a little bit. He played 25. I don't know. I gotta really think about that one, Jorge. That's a really good question.
Yeah, that's yeah.
Oh my God.
Moriel, that's really bad.
I mean, if you're gonna go purely based off like stats,
That's
Mukhtar
really bad.
Yeah,
Did
that
he
was
slice that so bad it stayed in?
Yes, he did.
Wow.
Oh
What
my.
happened?
Uh,
Like
Oh,
I thought it was going to be a goal kick or a
no, it's
throw in.
on
Maybe
his
Me too.
follow through, he chili dipped it so bad that it stayed in.
Can I give you another name, Jason?
Yes.
Serdat Shaqiri.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah.
Whoa, Orlando!
Oh my gosh.
Orlando.
That would have been an amazing goal.
Shaqiri was a DP before they bought him out,
Yeah.
and he made things worse actively while he was on the field.
Bronson,
Yeah.
do it.
This year, Shaqiri's a pretty good shout for worst designated player.
Yeah, it's hard too. I mean, you're looking at we are on discussion of Mukhtar. I just was looking it up. Compared to the last like 2021 to 2024 in goals, 21, 19, 22, 23, 23, 15 goals. In this season, he only had 8.
Yeah, he fell off a good bit. I don't know if it's all on him.
No, I don't think it's all on him. I don't think he would be in the running for worst designated player, especially because I feel like if you're looking at it well-rounded, he's been at Nashville for so long, and the impact he does have up top is pretty solid, and being someone who's well-known on the field.
I mean, Luis Moriel, for making $4.3 million a year and hitting the shot that he just did and not really starting very much, he might be that guy.
Thanks, Jorge,
That's
for
crazy.
opening up this.
Yeah, that was a very good question, Jorge.
Oh, I meant to ask you, Jared, about Cameron Harper and what he brought to Major League Soccer from his time at Celtic.
He's been really good tonight.
Yeah, he's been inconsistent at times, I think, but not bad. Like he needed to play more. It was similar to Lewis Morgan. Like Lewis Morgan wasn't getting games in Scotland, and then Lewis Morgan, of course, was like newcomer of the year in 2020. I still think that a number of teams should have gotten him. The fact that he went to Red Bulls, I mean, it's a good fit for him, but like, you can't tell me there are other teams that look at this and go, man, we should have done something about that because he's not a designated player.
All right, hold on. After that pass Luis Moriel just made, he is the worst designated player in the league this year. All right, that was bad.
I saw the goal like in passing.
He almost missed it.
That was wow.
See, if we could have done last year, we could have done Diego Costa.
Yeah.
The worst designated player in the playoffs, though, is Ache for spitting.
Well, yeah.
Yeah,
that was bad. And then they're just like, yeah, go home. We don't want to see you again. Let's see. Orlando.
No, they only have 5 minutes left.
I was about to say the same thing. The urgency seems to be lacking a little bit.
Like, this is a great passing drill for training, but
Red Bull dropping off, which is also weird, but effective right now. Ladero moving things around. Intercepted. Deflection. Ojeda will get a corner out of it.
Gotta start piling bodies forward. You gotta start taking risks.
Yep. Janssen's got to come flying through here.
Yeah,
Megan,
I too am enjoying
Megan is
Orlando
enjoying
Oh,
Orlando.
me too. Me too.
This is their
I
didn't really care. I just wanted one of them to really suffer tonight, so I'm okay. I didn't really want to root for either one. any game that I watch, I feel like I end up rooting for somebody. Like it's just how I process sports.
I may
Like
root against.
it can be full neutrals, but I see. I don't root against. Like I'll root for. Yeah. Like if somebody's playing Tennessee, I'll be rooting for whoever's playing Tennessee because it's
Yep.
Tennessee. I hate Tennessee more than anything.
Yep.
But I will root
Yes.
for the other team, not just root against. So coming into this game, like I wasn't rooting for either one, and it was very strange.
Right.
But I
Ooh, what a
am
ball.
enjoying
too much.
Orlando suffering a good bit.
Oh.
So to your point, like I don't have a dog in the fight with the clean old fashioned hate. I was rooting for Georgia Tech last night because I thought Haynes King might die on the field.
You shut
But
your mouth, Jared.
he played.
Jarrett,
That man was willing to
I
die
didn't
on
suffer
the field.
in the cold for you to say that here live.
I sat in my warm house and like made a pizza and watched and thoroughly enjoyed the 45 times they were running
Oh,
like the fake toss quarterback draw.
Yeah.
Okay, we got to talk about that overtime.
Well, let's
Okay, no,
wait till we
there
get
were
through this.
9 of them.
Let's wait till we get through this game because we are in the 89th minute, even if Orlando's not playing like it.
And Orlando City
Oh.
beat stalwart and MLS Next Pro Golden Boot chaser Jack Lynn in the game.
Yeah, they're throwing everything at the wall right now.
I'm excited to see Orlando fans demand to see like Oscar gone again because they did this last year after they got knocked out of the playoffs. Like we need to move on from Oscar. I'm like,
he's done a great job with Orlando since he's been there. I think he's a great coach.
He's very, very good. I've
very well
always
respected.
Yeah, players love playing for him. I've always been frustrated with how conservative his teams will get as the year goes on. They haven't really done that this year, and I think they've been better for it. But they're just look, this Red Bull team, and I've said it a million times, they are not a typical 7 seed. If you have Forsberg all year long, I think Red Bulls finish higher than Orlando. I think they're a better team. I think Orlando is 4th or 5th. Like I think they're right around there. And if Atlanta had played like they should have all year, then maybe Orlando's even beyond that. But they're a very solid team. They're just not spectacular. I don't think that's on Pareja.
I think in Maddie, I think we talked about it before of like how messed up that culture was in Orlando for so long that he's like they have a stable culture now.
Yeah.
Like it's not perfect, but it's stable. Like they're not, and I still think Nani leaving has a lot to do with that. But they're not all like unhinged feral creatures in the playoffs like they were when Nani was there. Where like the one time they got in the playoffs, they just lost their damn minds and they could not handle it mentally. But
what's going on here?
Oh my gosh!
I don't even know what's happening.
I want to know.
Ramiro Enrique is being held back. Now we got another corner for Orlando, and maybe they realize they have 5 minutes.
Whoa, dude!
Multi-ball.
John's a little behind.
I am. I'm 6.
He's ahead on the wrestling
elimination chamber.
There's no telling.
Yeah, good.
I don't know why when they showed that, I literally thought it was like in the stands, like a father and a son.
Yeah,
like,
I thought it was like a fan or something.
Like, wait,
I'm like, wait a minute. No, that's Ramiro Enrique.
Burke comes on for
the
Lewis.
The OGs won, and they injured all the others, and then they ended up with a 5-on-1, and they each got a finishing move on Solo Sikoa.
Okay, there might be some shenanigans when that's done. But we got shenanigans in the 18 right now. Duncan McGuire. Ladero taking the corner.
Oh.
Uh-oh.
Reset.
Oh, here we go.
Oh.
Red Bulls might just go end it. Corey Burke, like he's shot out of a cannon. No, it's Manuel.
Burke just got
Galese just stuffed him. What a tackle by Galese.
Oh, man.
Oh, now we have people losing their minds. Schlegel losing his mind. That's no surprise. He's got the composure of a 3-year-old.
It's the first day at school for Rodolfo Schlegel.
Corey Burke
it was Manuel. I had it wrong. It wasn't Burke. It was Manuel.
They were pointing at something. I'm confused what they were pointing at. Like there wasn't a foul back there.
He cut through. It's a good play from Galese. Yeah, I don't know why Orlando was losing their mind. What a tackle from Gillespie.
No, that was strong.
Seriously.
Pushing
Like,
the back, the
wow.
momentum is there, and then Gillespie just pounced on it.
That's a really good tackle.
Well, Corey Burke took like a classic early 20s Yassi's artist touch.
Good swan
and
dive.
hit that ball with a sledgehammer.
Now a wrestling match
Yeah,
there, and it'll be a free kick. Yeah, Corey Burke, you committed a foul. Megan, we're going to get to your topic when this one ends, because I am definitely interested in picking everyone's brain.
You know how I feel about this already.
Oh, jeez.
Red Bull trying to hold on.
Can we talk about how
God.
sneaky good Cornell has been in following up the fact that Luis Robles, who was one of the best goalkeepers that this league had seen, Luis Robles, who was an Iron Man, leaves Red Bulls, and Cornell just like steps in and he's doing the job.
Yeah.
He's doing a good job.
Handshake,
2 minutes.
Handshake CM Punk and Roman Reigns.
John's very happy.
Y'all,
Fireworks.
I want to
going.
scout. Why was he being held back? I'm so
Yeah, I want to know what
curious
Ramiro
now.
Enrique was doing.
Yeah.
Hold on, I'm gonna go scout Twitter. Let's see what they say.
Okay.
Maddie,
Maddie's on the case.
Maddie,
the I team.
Maddie, are you going to go cover MLS Cup for SDH? Are you leaving to go? Are you going to go cover it?
Whoa, MLS
Yes.
Cup?
Yeah.
Oh.
That's what I
With
thought.
what money? Y'all.
That's a good question. Our travel
Hold
budget
on.
is greatly depleted.
Hold
Yes.
on.
Already burned our
Hold
travel
on.
budget going to Florida twice.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Like,
Oh, Orlando might not be done yet.
That's
A little over a minute.
a good ball from Ladero. He just
Torres with a good turn and cross, and then nothing.
yeah. Yeah, not MLS Cup. No, I'll be sitting here in my house, my apartment, watching the game, and
We might have another watch along. It could happen.
one another watch along. It'll be
we've
fun.
done that before. We've done an MLS Cup watch along before.
Yeah,
Everyone
it could
will
happen.
get to pick. Everyone will get to pick their choice of beer or soda or whatever beverage you would like.
Speaking of which, I'm gonna have to get another beer here in just a second. Before we get into
Okay,
Megan's topic, I'm gonna have to grab another
What
beer.
you what you drinking, Jason?
I went with the Wild Heaven emergency drinking beer watermelon blend this evening.
I like it. I got just a regular, Classic City, Creature Comforts.
The Classic City Lager. That's one of my favorites.
It's so good.
That's definitely my Creature Comforts beer. Orlando's got one more chance. Launched it into the night sky. Montreal deflected. It's deflecting everywhere. Why are you running that down? Oh, you might have wanted the corner instead, but you didn't take it. Jack Lynn's confused. Launched to the back post. Montreal, maybe he can do it. No, he can't. The worst designated player in 2024.
He'll chili dip another one.
And the New
That's
York
it.
Red Bulls are going to MLS Cup.
Woo.
Wow.
Oh my God. Remember when they were mad that Bradley Carnell left them to take the St. Louis job and they thought they got the wrong manager? They did.
Yeah,
and then they went and got Sandro Schwartz, and now they're going to MLS Cup. And for those of you playing the home game who don't know the history here, Red Bulls are an incredibly long-suffering franchise without a cup.
2008 was the last time they went to MLS Cup, when somehow they won the Western Conference. The playoffs were weird back then. Things just got strange. You think the playoff format's weird now. I mean, the Red Bulls won the Western Conference. They beat Salt Lake in the Western Conference final. And then they lost to the Columbus Crew.
Oscar Brejas stops to give a very nice handshake to Sandro Schwartz, and then goes right back to yelling at the ref.
I mean, that's how you do it. You're yelling at the referee. You're saying all kinds of crazy things, questioning their eyesight, questioning their sanity, and then somebody comes up and it's like, "Oh, thank you, good to see you, congratulations," and then you go right back to yelling.
And that's it.
Jorge, we'll do that question after we do Megan's.
Yes, we have 2 questions to get to. I will be right back. I'm going to go grab another beer out of the fridge.
Okay.
I need to figure out what I say. I have a choice here. We have mocktails downstairs, or not mocktails, but canned cocktails. So I can go get a canned Moscow Mule.
A Moscow Mule is so good.
A canned margarita, or I have a bunch of Angry Orchards and a thing of Fireball. that I can think.
Oh my gosh!
You really
Yes.
want MLS After Dark with the fireball and the.
Well, it's like a post Thanksgiving thing. We have family
an
that
angry
generally
ball.
comes over. Yeah, angry balls.
Excuse me.
Yes, doctor. We generally have like family come over on Thanksgiving night, like and Black Friday, and then we'll catch up and hang out. And generally, we will get drinks, and this is just what we happen to have this time.
Mocktails?
There are canned cocktails.
Oh, okay. That's not mocktails.
Yeah, I know. I misspoke.
Okay.
Are they the cut waters?
So these are from Aldi. They are like off-brand to your off-brand from Aldi. But I also got like, oh god, I think I got like 15 of them for $20. So
whoa,
oh
yeah,
not bad.
Deal.
So yeah, so there's plenty of them there. So I'm gonna go get one of those. And
do you need to go?
Well, no,
you go get your canned cocktail and then come back, and we will get into our two topics.
Do it now. I'm walking around with a headset on.
Oh, you're super fancy.
Super fancy.
All right, let me because they're gonna change the broadcast. I can't. It's one thing I wish Apple TV would do, and it's probably for their tracking and all those sorts of things.
Yeah.
Like especially now where. Okay, if I'm watching this game, there's a very good chance I'm going to watch the next game.
Yeah,
just keep it all in one feed.
You got to back out, go to the other game, and click on that.
Like it happened in the pregame where it's like I'm watching the pregame, and then it's like, oh, your broadcast has ended. It's like, well, just kick on the game.
Yeah, just roll it over.
Yeah, like that's something they need to work on.
I got to work on
that. Jill's very happy about your Aldi patronage, Jared.
Oh, look, the closest stores to me are an Aldi and a Lidl. They're basically across the street from each other. And
knock this up.
Go to Aldi for a lot of things.
Knock off cat fight.
But Lidl's bread is on a separate planet.
Yeah, I thought Lidl was best known for their bakery, is what I had always heard.
Their bakery is great. Like I'll just go and they have a bread slicing machine that you can use. Which is generally what I do. I just grab the whole loaf, put it in the machine, hit a button, and it does it. And
wow! Look at that.
Yeah, and I haven't cut myself up yet. That's the impressive part.
You're not John, so
no. I hand it to the individual, so they do it. I don't even want to go.
You don't go to a bread cutting machine, John.
No, I hand it to somebody who's just like, here, you do it.
No, you buy the loaf of bread that's already pre-cut.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, if I was to go to like Lidl or Aldi, I'd be like, nah, bro, you go ahead and do it. I'll circle back.
Oh, the poor Orlando young kid crying.
Oh, harumph on you.
That was not that. They didn't have to show that for that long.
No, yes, they did.
Oh my gosh!
Man, I mean, it is Orlando, but it's an Adidas hat that Sandro Schwartz is wearing.
Oh, okay, branding.
Yeah, I've not seen that Adidas hat. I kind of like it, and good job on you, Sandro Schwartz. Okay, let's get into Megan's question because it was first. Is there a reason the manager carousel is spending so much more this year? They were talking about it on the pregame, and in case you missed that, and I can't remember who said what. It was Andrew Wiebe, it was Kevin Egan, and it was Bradley Wright Phillips. That was the roundtable. And one thing that came up that I do agree with, and I think is part of it, is you have teams that have invested more money, and that means there's more pressure. The whole mentality, and it's a certain subset of people that say it, and they're saying it because of an agenda, not because it's true. The whole idea that there's no pressure in MLS is insane because everybody's getting fired. So there's pressure. Is it different than promotion relegation? Yes. But is there still pressure? Yes. So, yeah, John, don't go near the bread slice.
Not planning on it.
Okay. Please don't do that. So, yeah, like pressure is real in this league. And I think it is greater because you do have more fan interest, you have more eyeballs on it, and you have more money being spent. And when people spend money, they expect results. And I think that's part of it. I don't know if all the firings have been the right ones. And we'll see how that plays out. But yeah, I think it's just increased pressure. I mean, if I'm going to put it to one simple thing, that's what I would say. Thoughts from the group.
No, I'm right there with you. I think that a lot of these factors that we talk about with a new TV deal, with outside owners investing more money, then you feel the pressure as an owner to match the idea that, okay, so if someone is spending money, then I've got to do whatever I have to do. If it's spend proportionally or whatever, or or bring in different folks and change my mind, it's like, oh, they're being more successful, and it's the whole keeping up with the Joneses thing. And so I've got to do something when you may not necessarily need to do something. But so it's internal pressure from external factors, and I think that all of that dials itself up to that notion of, oh, we have to do something, therefore that means you have to fire somebody.
12 changes. Nashville was the first one this year. Gary Smith. Can't really argue with that.
Nope.
Maybe you can argue timing, but was it time at some point since the end of last season to maybe the end of this season? Probably. Jarrett, were you going to chime in on that? I guess not.
I think Jarrett's
Well, no,
walking.
I was actually giving. I didn't know if Maddie was. I was giving her the full.
I thought somebody was going to chime in on that. Sorry. I'm just hearing things. That's very possible too.
No, Nashville. I thought you should have fired him last year. At the end.
Yeah,
of last season.
that's kind of where I was.
The fact that you waited, and it's kind of weird. Like, you did it after a win. You kind of let him go out with a good moment. It's what it is. But like, also, and I have been very vocal about my opinions on Nashville for a while. That like, their second team played nothing like their first team. You had Jack Collison, who was one of the most suicidal coaches I've ever seen in terms of playing style, coaching your second team while your first team is playing Gary ball. Like, I don't see the vision here, brother.
It's the HAL 9000. You get somebody doing it one way and somebody's doing it the other way.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's weird. I think it's uncharacteristically weird of how like the managerial changes just as it continues. Like, I feel like every day I open the Bird app or the X app. I don't know. The Twitter
It's the
/ X app. Yes. Every time I open that app or Blue Sky, I feel like I'm always seeing like a change. It's like, oh yeah, this person's gone, and you're like, wait, what? You're like, I'm confused. Like, I mean, obviously we got a Tata Martino. That one was a little bit more unexpected than the others, especially because it was personal matters. I believe was
It's
what
different.
was
Yeah.
Now it's different, but the other ones I feel like Vancouver, that one kind of shocked me a little bit when I saw that one. That was the one that shocked me more than anything.
Yep.
Yeah, I agree with that. New York City shocked me a little bit, but can I argue really hard the other way on it? No. Vancouver, yeah, that's the one that I'm a little confused by. One bit of news with Red Bulls going to MLS Cup. They are the lowest seeded team in MLS history to reach MLS Cup.
Oh, wow.
Wow.
So, but like I said, they're not a real number 7 seed. If you have Emil Forsberg all season long, they're not finishing 7th.
No.
So managerial changes. Gary Smith, yeah, pretty much everybody's in agreement that either before when it happened or when it happened. Gonzalo Pineda, look, we've talked about it a ton over the year, and I don't think there's a whole lot more to get into when it comes to it. You can't lose as many games at home as he did in that run of games where he ended up losing his job. Did I feel like it was his fault for all of that? No. But you get back to pressure and results being expected, and they were expected, and they weren't there. Rob not getting the job, I feel like we've talked about that a ton. I talked about it a lot on Atlanta Soccer Tonight this week. It's sad. Is it a shock? No, I was kind of ready for it, and that was one of the other things that made the last 20, 30 minutes of the game in Orlando just a crazy mess of emotions because Dax McCarty's career is ending. You wonder if Rob's going to get the opportunity to continue. That there's going to be guys who go, and Brad Kazan's option was picked up. I was kind of wondering if that was going to happen. I figured it would, but I wasn't 100% sure of it. So lots of different things going towards the end of that game, but Rob not getting the opportunity. I know people have had a lot of opinions on it. It's going to come down to experience, but what he did was raise the bar for whoever comes in. And look, they have a more expectations because of what Valentino did with the run here at the end of the season. Dallas making the move that they did, moving on from Nico Estevez and bringing in Eric Quill. Not a shock. Luchi Gonzalez losing his job in San Jose. I can't say that's a shock. Bruce Arena coming in.
Yeah.
Bit of a shock. St. Louis firing Bradley Carnell.
Zero patience, firing him way early in the year.
Not only zero patience, he didn't really spend for him. And last year he punched above his weight.
Yeah.
It's a little bit of the Josh Wolf situation, and he lost his job this year as well. Like, Wolf did better than he probably should have at one point, and then that artificially raised expectations to maybe an unfair place based off what was a reasonable expectation for getting through. And look, maybe that affected Rob Valentino a little bit here in Atlanta with the run that they went on. It became a little unreasonable to expect them to go all the way. That's tough. Bradley Carnell, I think, had the shortest window of time in that they had a great first year where they came into the league and caught everybody by surprise. And then I said it coming into this year, they would not be as good and they wouldn't make the playoffs. It's not because Bradley Carnell forgot how to coach. Like, you don't go from being a coach of the year, like finalist, to being fired the next year when everything is correct. I don't think he should have lost his job.
No.
If you do, it's because you have unreasonable expectations based off that roster, in my opinion. So we'll see if their new hire is any better.
His Joker origin story, I think, should start on when we open page 1 of that comic book. Is going to be page 1 is him getting fired. Page 2 is them going out and spending a bunch of money on a player.
They won't. I don't think they'll go out. Well, no, I take that back. Like, they might go out and spend a lot of money on a player, but they're going to go out and spend that money on a very specific kind of player. And I am, as I've said a million times in this league, and we talked about it a lot during that last game, the Red Bulls have grown up out of that idea of playing, and St. Louis has not yet. It has a high floor and a low ceiling. And you're not going to win MLS Cup being purely a team that doesn't play with the ball. I don't see it. If you're a more defensive team, but you can counter effectively. If you're a pressing team, but in those moments where the opponent says, you know what, here's the ball, what are you going to do? You have to be competent. Red Bulls are now competent with the ball. Cincinnati is competent with the ball. Philadelphia never got there. St. Louis hasn't gotten there. I think that's down more to, and Philadelphia, Jim Curtin got fired. I think firing Carnell and firing Curtin is less about their specific coaching in terms of the philosophy and the way the team plays than the outsized expectations from whoever's making that decision. If it's the GM, if it's the chief soccer officer, technical director, whatever it is in that organization. I don't think it was fair to expect more from Curtin and Carnell because they're being told to play a certain way. They're playing in that way, and they don't have the talent to truly win playing in that way with the talent that they have. That's my diatribe on it.
I'm still interested to see where everyone sits on where they end up. I am also still very much wondering if Toronto, because of the money that they have, decide to throw as much money as they can at who they want first and basically do the Scott Woodward thing, which John knows the Scott Woodward thing. Who was the AD at Texas A&M, and now the AD at LSU. He's the AD who signed Jimbo Fisher. He's the AD who signed Brian Kelly and Kim Mulkey. He decided he wanted someone, and he went and threw as much money as it took to get choice one. And I'm wondering who Toronto's choice one is, and if they will throw stupid money at that choice one.
Yeah, I think that Toronto tries to go for the hiring kill shot, and it's like we're gonna overpay, but we don't care because we're made of money anyway, and we got a guy on our list, and we're gonna chase after him and try and catch up to us.
I'm not sure who that was for the Red Bulls in the front of the line who was possibly live on TikTok or Instagram.
Yeah, it'd be nice to get something going on out of LA.
Oh, it's Reyes. Sorry, Reyes might be. He's either he's either FaceTiming with somebody as they're getting ready to hand the trophy, or he's live on a social media platform.
Yeah, I'm on the LA versus Seattle slate, and still nothing is happening there on that channel yet. On that,
Yeah,
slate.
Kalen Kyle's about to hand over a trophy. The other
Gotta give him
coaching,
some of the Baconator.
yeah, the other coaching changes: Josh Wolf out, Nico Estevez going from Dallas to Austin. That's bizarre in my world.
Very.
Frank Klopas out in Chicago. I don't think it was on Klopas, but I don't think he was the guy to take them to the next level.
No.
Greg Berhalter is going to be expected to be, and he's going to be able to make all the decisions. Curtin in Philadelphia, we talked about it. There's more to the issue there than purely results and purely style of play and purely those things. There was obviously a personality conflict with Curtin and Ernst Tanner, and we'll see who ends up being right in that situation. Tata Martino, different situation entirely, although do not be surprised if Tata Martino ends up back in Major League Soccer in a year's time or so. That's the whispering I have heard. He's not done, but he needed to be away for a while, and I don't know why, but that's it.
There were very unconfirmed. There were very unconfirmed rumors out of Argentina that it was something with his family, that someone in his family was ill, and he wanted to be home.
Yeah, and the sense that I've heard is that, like, it's not retiring. It's not for good going home. He needed to be home for a while.
Yeah.
Like, his name could come up in 6 months. So we'll see. Vanni Sartini, crazy in Vancouver.
Which opens the door. Whoever
nuts.
makes the first firing in 2025, Tata might be available.
No, it does, and he's not for everybody. He's not going to be a fit for everybody. He's not going to be interested for everybody. But are there spots where he would be a good fit as the Red Bulls raise the Eastern Conference trophy for the first time in a long time? That's the first time ever. They never raised the Eastern Conference trophy. They raised the Western Conference trophy before.
Did Emil Forsberg thank his wife?
No, he did not speak.
Jesus Christ, John.
Good grief.
John.
I mean, wow. At
Usually
least
I'm the one
Jarrett
that makes
was
those
like,
jokes.
yeah, Jarrett was trying to be like at least subtle about it.
We're entering soccer over there territory as we go.
Man.
We haven't talked about like the Congolese league yet.
We did talk about the Kakamega Homeboys a little while ago, so that did happen. So
Chicken NFC, baby.
I wanted them to get the Club World Cup. If Chicken NFC played in Atlanta in the Club World Cup, like soccer down here would explode.
Oh yeah. No, we were looking at the grid for the Club World Cup, and Jason was looking at the more obscure teams that were dropping by in addition to the heavyweights, and we talked about Botafogo, and I mentioned Mamelodi Sundowns that were coming. And I was looking forward to Mamelodi Sundowns. Jason was as well, but we're also looking forward to some of our old friends.
So, do we want to address Jorge's question?
Yes, I want to get there. I want to sum up really quickly
Go.
on the coaching change thing. Nashville made sense. Atlanta made sense, even though I didn't love it. Dallas made sense. San Jose made sense. Not the secondary hire, just making the change. St. Louis, I don't think did. Austin did. Chicago did. Philadelphia, maybe it had to be, even if it doesn't necessarily make sense in the same way. Miami wasn't a decision. It was Tata walking away. Yeah. Vancouver doesn't make sense. Nope. New York City, I mean, flip a coin. I don't. Like, did he do enough to get fired? No. Did he do enough to be back another year? Maybe not. Like, I don't know. Like, it was a little surprising, I guess, is the way that I would say. So maybe a little more than half made sense. A little more than half of them. And John Herdman's a whole different situation. He's a cheating cheater who got caught with drones and then lied, and in Toronto turned their head and said, oh, no, he's our guy. And now he walks away because he's supposedly doing the right thing for everybody. And no, he's not.
He's a cheating cheater and a lying liar.
Yeah, go fly a drone and try to find a clue, John Herdman. See if that works for you.
He is so getting a show cause penalty out of this.
Or is he going to
Not-
fly a drone to try
Man.
and see who needs a new head coach?
Yes.
He might. He
Yeah,
might be
really?
flying drones over MLS facilities as we
He's
speak.
gonna
Yeah.
be coaching at the Forge.
Bobby Smearny.
No, he might not be able to work in Canada.
Yeah,
I'm
right.
not
Yeah.
exaggerating. Like,
Yeah.
No, I mean seriously.
the Canadian Soccer Association might not allow any Canadian clubs to hire him.
Yeah, no, I think that as much as he might want Bobby Smearny Otis's job, I don't think he's going to be able to get a job in that country. He's going to be show caused.
Where?
How amazing would that be if John Herdman has to go to New Zealand again to work?
No, I'm
and New
thinking
Zealand
like
said no.
I'm
The
thinking
Wellington
like
Phoenix say no,
Tri-City
Herdman,
Otters.
we don't want you.
John Herdman for Tri-City Otters.
They went out of business, Jared.
Oh damn!
Don't remind me of how sad I am about losing my Otter Soccer. One of my
Fear the
favorite
fur,
logos.
baby.
Hear the fur.
One of my favorite logos. I do have a Tri-City Otters t-shirt.
As you
Very happy
should.
about that.
Yeah.
All right, let's get into Jorge's question now. What twos players do you all think could be ready for a first-team contract? And we'll include, I mean, it's twos, but they're not like twos contracted. We'll include academy players in that who played for the twos.
Yeah.
The ones that we know now will have a first-team contract because it was part of their twos contract is Jaden Hibbert and Ashton Gordon. They're both moving up to the first team for 2025, at least in the contract. I think both will probably play mostly with the twos. I don't know if they'll be on full season loans or if they'll kind of go back and forth or whatever. But two guys who Hibbert is probably still a year away from really pushing first team, in my opinion. But his potential's through the roof.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, he's phenomenal. He's been really good. I mean, just his reaction time, I think, to a couple of he'll have some saves that I sit there and I have no words. Like his reaction time and goal is so it's so awesome. And to have it at so young too. And even I mean, I feel like we all forget too, like he went on loan to Birmingham Legion and played.
I think
That
was a
helped.
starting role
helped
in
him
that
a
play
lot.
too. That helped him get that professional experience, be in a situation like that where you are in that professional setting. You're in the USL championship. You get to opportunity to lead a team in the back line for a little bit. You get to come back for the twos. And I mean, he's in command when he's back there. I hear him when we're up at fifth, third. I hear him all the way up there.
He found his voice. I think he found his confidence
Mm-hmm.
during that loan with Birmingham. That was the best thing for him this season. He still needs to clean some things up in his game. I think he's young. He doesn't have a ton of experience at like a first team level. Even during his time in college, he was a starter for about a season and a half. So it's expected that he is where he is, but the potential is there for him.
Yep.
That's why I think bringing Brad back for another year was definitely the right thing to do, because I don't know if Cohen's a number one in MLS or not. He could be. I'm not fully convinced. I think some of the narrative when he came in was sight unseen because nobody really saw much of him. They just knew he played in European competitions.
And I think that they extrapolated that video into, he's going to be ready. And
yeah, I don't think they even looked at much video. Like, that's the thing, is like, I think at times we just yell about wanting things that we don't have, even if they're not necessarily like anything known about that other thing. And I think Cohen was that. So like the idea that he was just going to come in and take the job wasn't correct. Brad answered every single question of it this year. And coming out of the year, going into the offseason, for me, it was, if you didn't pick up the option on Brad Gazan's contract, you still needed somebody like Brad Gazan to be in the team, because Jaden Hibbert wasn't ready and Josh Cohen might not be a number one. So then why don't you just keep the number one that you already have?
yeah.
So they did. And I think that was the right decision. And I think Brad made that a no-brainer with his play in the postseason. So
and I think you might even get an opportunity too with Open Cup, with Leagues Cup, to maybe potentially see Hibbert kind of float in, especially in those first two games of Open Cup. You might be able to see him make that.
That's the challenge with having Cohen, though, and we saw it this year with the
Mhm.
Cups that he played in the Cups. You're going to have to give him something. And Leagues Cup could be different in 2025. It's sounding like I think Ernst Tanner maybe spoke out of school a little bit in his
The
end
hell
of the
you say?
season media available. I know it's crazy. Ernst Tanner popping off at the mouth. It sounds like he did, and he said something about how Philadelphia is not playing in the Leagues Cup this year. So maybe everybody is not in Leagues Cup, and it's also sounding like more first teams will be in the Open Cup. So let's wait and see what those look like before they divide them up. If you're in both, I would love to see Hibbert play in one of them.
I agree.
Even Cohen's going to argue that, and I totally get it because he deserves games to show what he can do. But, I mean, Hibbert is the future to me. He's 10, 12 years younger than Cohen, too. So, Ashton Gordon, he needs time. He's very young. But I think getting him back out on the wing has definitely started to see him come into his own. He's been really good with the U18s in the games that we've done. I don't think he impacts the first team this year, but I think he will in coming years, just not yet. Other twos players that are ready for a first team contract. Honestly, I don't think there is one. Caden Moore's very young at center back. I want to see him continue to develop. Dominic Chonqui, probably in line for a deal like we've seen Cooper Sanchez and Ashton Gordon get, where it's a twos contract with then a homegrown contract in a year's time or even 2 years' time. Chonqui will be ready for a
Oh,
first team contract.
oh, absolutely.
Left back university, buddy.
Yeah, man.
He
Man,
is
he
physically developed more than Bello or Wiley were at that age. He might be a better defender than both of them at that age. Although Bello was pretty good defensively. I think Caleb grew into it and became a good defender. Bello was pretty good early on and didn't get that credit. I think Chonqui, the biggest thing I've seen him grow in since his time with the twos became consistent is that defensive side of the ball. The last game we did, Maddie, the U18s, I thought
yeah.
Dom was really good defensively in that game against Nashville.
I would agree with you. I mean, I think he's grown into it. He's really developed. I mean, Steve has told us, when he originally played with the academy before he came to the second team, he was still finding his footing. But as soon as he hit and he started running with the twos, he was playing better than he has ever played with the academy with the twos.
Yeah.
And we saw that when he was playing 90 plus minutes for like the rest of the two season. And now we're seeing him in the academy and he's a force out there. He's up there making runs. But the minute that ball comes in, he's backtracking. I think I saw him make almost a 25-yard run to try and track this ball down. He was able to win it back and then push it back the other way. He's learned, I think, from that professional experience. He stepped up to the plate and he's just not afraid to go up against certain things. I think that's what you need in a young left back going into this league because you're going to be dealing with a whole bunch of variety of players when you are in MLS, and Dominic has shown that he's not afraid.
He's got the personality to handle it. He's got the physicality to handle it. I think 2026, he's impacting the first team. I think one more year at the twos level, and then maybe even some cup games this year, assuming he signs a pro contract. I think he is really impacting the first team in 2026. Cooper Sanchez is another one. He will be on a homegrown deal in 26. Look, it's just because these young guys, and you see these young guys play, whether it's academy or with the twos, and then you don't see them for a few months, and you see him again, and it's like, holy crap, that kid grew.
Yep.
Cooper Sanchez, from the end of the two season until that last U18 game that we did, good grief, what has he been eating? Like, not in a bad way. Like, dude is jacked.
Drinking his milk and saying his prayers.
Yes.
Yeah, he's been lifting like a 1974 Volkswagen in his spare time.
And he's still got all the ability on the ball. Cooper was always the one that Gonzalo said would be the best player out of the academy. So keep a close eye on Cooper Sanchez as a 8. I think that's going to be where he settles. He could drop deeper. He could be more of the defensive cousin to Jay Fortune, in that Jay can be an 8 but has a little bit of 10 in him. I think Cooper might be an 8 with maybe a little bit more of that 6 in him, but he might go the other way. He might just be a well-rounded 8. Cooper will impact the first team, but I think it'll be 26 as well.
I will
I
tell
don't-
you,
Go
I
ahead.
think that there's one. I mean, I feel like me and you. I feel like as soon as I say it, you're gonna be like, I don't know if first team yet. Maybe not even for like the next couple years, but I think at least for next season or for this next 2 season, Santiago Pita is going to be one to watch for. He's
Yeah.
good.
I hope so.
He's good.
He's new. They've got 3 new players with the U18s that I would expect will factor into the 2s this season. Elon Ettinger, center back, came from Houston. He
yeah.
played for the Dynamo
Mhm.
Academy.
Really liked him from what I've seen in the 18s.
Same.
He's
just
good.
super solid. Like,
He's just
super
calm
steady.
as hell,
Yeah.
man.
Good on the ball. Good defender. Really like him. Would love to see him get some time.
Dunham too as well.
Dunham, I think, is a little bit behind Ettinger. I think it's gonna end up being Caden Moore playing a lot of center back. I don't think you'll have to go and get 2 older center backs like we saw this past year, which you didn't plan on. You know, you needed to get Kawasmi because of the injuries with the first team. Then you needed to get Dudley because of the injury to Kawasmi, and then you had both of them and made the best of it. They were both 2 good guys who understood their role. But this year, you go in with Caden under contract. You go in with Ettinger, who I think can play at that level. And you have Dunham, who can play at that level. Dunham made a bench one time last season for the 2s. Dunham's committed to Furman. I think he'll go to college, so he'll leave late summer. So you'll have that. I do not know of a college commitment for Ettinger, and I'd have to double check to see if he's a high school junior or a high school senior. I'm not 100% sure of that. So that'll impact it a little bit. Like if you've got Ettinger for a whole year and Caden Moore, and there might be another one behind them, although I'm not sure who that would be. Maybe you just go get but no. Here's the thing, because you re-signed Efrain Morales. You have Noah Cobb under contract, although it sounds like Noah's going to be looked at as a right back, which is going to be a very interesting experiment. And you've got your other 3 center backs. So if Noah goes out of the center back grouping, well, then maybe you can't spell Efrain as much to the 2, so you might need to go sign somebody. If Noah stays as a center back and Efrain is the 5th center back, like this year, you might see him a lot with the 2s. So that will impact Dunham, because that will kind of cut him to the side if he's going to college, and I think he should, and he will. Then you're not going to count on him the same way. So that's the whole strategy of building a roster with the 2s, where it's complicated. There's so much stuff that factors into it. But the other 2 new players for the U18s that I think you will see with the 2s, at least for half of the year, are Isaiah Vicenetti up top and Santiago Pita, who probably best as a right wing cutting inside, an inverted winger, or as a 10. I've seen him play both of those roles. I've only seen him twice, but technical skill, that kid has got a magic left foot, and he's got swagger on the ball. Like, he's legit. Vicenetti is just a really good number 9 that I want to see both of them play a good bit for the 2s, at least in the first half of the year. I don't know their college commitment situations. I don't know what any of that looks like, but both came to Atlanta for a reason. They had not been here before. They're new to the academy. They thought this would be a good opportunity for their futures. So I would assume that would include Atlanta United too in that equation.
Can I give you 2? Can I give you 2 that I think are going to be interesting to watch for the future?
Yes.
I think I want to see him go to school and see what happens. Get Stephen Herlock more games.
Yep, I agree.
At school, and Because if y'all haven't watched Stephen Herlock, he is a physical freak of nature. But he's good on the ball. He can be
He
better.
is.
And getting college games against older guys and see if he can do kind of the Machoke Chol route where he goes to school for a couple years, grows a bit more as a player, not just as an athlete, but as a soccer player, and turns into something really fun. And then you talked about what guys' commitments are. My conversation with Rodrigo Neri this year is, hey, I really liked what you did at the end of last season when you got here. You're going to be competing for time with guys who are going to be going to college in the summer. I need you to put up numbers while they're here, and then while they're not here, I need you to make it so that I cannot keep you out of that starting lineup.
Yeah, Neri's an interesting one because I mean he came here for a reason too, and he came here to want to get to the first team. So he's got I think got to be better than he was. He was pretty good, and I think he's got more in him. He's been playing with Venezuela's youth national teams, which is going to help him coming back in. As we are underway in Carson, California.
I think too back on the twos talk for a little bit before we, get to game action here. I think it's going to be really cool, especially when you have the mixture of a lot of these academy guys. I think which is so important why you re-signed and you picked up the option for Javier Armas, because you're going to need him as that focal point in the center with helping a lot of to develop these guys, but also just to be that consistent person in the field to just be a force, because Javi is great on the ball, and I'm excited to see what he does this season because I was impressed with him last season. He was very, very good.
The other thing about Javi compared to and Javi's a little different because he came out of college. He wasn't exactly like Jack Metcalf or Robbie Mertz, guys who have played in that role, a little bit older, to be kind of the hub for the twos. Javi's trained a lot with the first team.
Yep.
A lot all year long. It wasn't purely when guys were away. Like, he would hop in with first team training a pretty good bit as the year went on for somebody who didn't get any opportunities in cup competitions. I think it is a reach for him. I think athletically, that's why it's going to be hard for him to get to the first team. He's not the fastest. He's pretty strong, but he's not the fastest. But his technical ability is off the charts. So can he take a jump this year where his IQ can bridge the gap between what his legs can't do? And if he can do that, they're going to want to see. And look, you're going to have a different manager, so that might change. Somebody who comes in might say, no, I'm never going to give him an opportunity. Somebody who comes in might say, I love that kid. I'm going to give him every opportunity. So you never know. But for the twos, yeah, I think he might play every minute again. But if the right manager comes in, he might be one who gets some opportunity in cup competitions and trains with the first team more. He really could be that kind of guy.
I would love to see him get some opportunities, at least for Open Cup, and do that, because I think he could be someone that could help out, especially we obviously don't know what that schedule will look like with Open Cup in next year, because obviously schedules haven't come out yet. But with the tight turnaround of certain things,
Seattle kick save on the near post. It's the Seattle Sounders taking the game to the Galaxy.
Who's starting on the left?
Old man Albert Rusnak, king of the crane kick, baby.
He is, at least in the list of designated players that I looked at, the one who has been a designated player for the longest period of time on that list.
Yeah.
Even though he moved from Salt Lake to Seattle, but he's still doing it. No, you're the crane kick. You're thinking Damir Krylock.
Oh, Bonville and Damir Krylock.
Yeah, don't get Krylock and Rusnak combined. Come on.
Oh, and in my research, it looks like Ettinger is a high school junior.
Oh, that's a good thing. If he's a junior, because Caden Moore would be a junior year as well. He signed a pro deal. He's not going to college.
16 or 17, somewhere in there.
Caden turned 17 during the season. Because I remember after calling him 16 in a game and then seeing, I missed his birthday. he's 17. Ettinger would probably be 17. So that's good. And if they play together with the U18s and then play together with the twos, that's good.
Okay. I'm going to go unpack a car because the boss is home after a 4-hour drive.
Go unpack a car, John. And
I'm
are you
gonna
coming back?
Yeah, I'm just muting.
All right, fair enough.
All right, there you go.
John's muting, not disappearing in thin air like Jarrett does from time to time. We're
disappears.
underway. Yeah, he just disappears. We're
Yeah, you
underway
got
in the
me.
Western Conference
When you
semifinal. Good.
Yeah, when you have a style, you stick to it.
Yes.
I like it.
It's not a good style, but it's a style.
Yeah. You got
It's,
me for
yes.
a little bit. You got me for a little bit longer.
Okay.
Listen, y'all.
Same.
The 8 overtimes kind of took me out last night.
Yeah, I'm all out of whack because I couldn't fall asleep after that. I was ready to go to
Gosh.
sleep in the third quarter at one point, and then I'm like, oh man, here we go. Now I'm wide awake.
It was bad when I was searching. People had hot chocolate. I said, oh, I'm gonna go search for hot chocolate. Went around searching for it, couldn't find it. Decided, you know what? With the way this game's going, I ended up getting a high noon. Went back to my spot, and that's where I stood. for the rest of the
There
game.
we go.
So hey, you know what? And what did I
That's
do? I
one
got the
way to
high
do
noon,
it.
and we
Worked out
started
for
winning.
you just
We started
fine.
winning, and we started
Yeah.
winning when I got the high noons. I think it was meant to be. It was fate. But yeah, no, the 8 overtimes took me out. So I gotta get some sleep or try.
Well, let's
to,
see
at
how this
least.
game goes. If maybe it will be engaging and it will be craziness and it will keep you up. Maybe not.
I hope
Ricky
so.
Pooch
I
is
hope
going to do his
so.
best.
I feel like Seattle's going to try everything they can to make this very boring because of the way it can fit them. But
I don't know if they're going to
man.
be able to
But-
pull that off, though.
LA
How-
has been so dynamic. Even like with like they'll go up against teams that I feel like can play pretty like more conservatively or anything like that, and they still find a way. I mean, like they've been crazy good this year.
Well,
There's
going back to
times where-
the coaching
Go ahead.
conversation about the carousel and all of that, like there were a lot of people who wanted Greg Vanny run out of town.
Well, this felt like the last shot. You went out and you got Painsil and Gabriel Peck, and this felt like hey, we're spending a ton of money on.
Finally,
Yeah, we're spending a ton of money on some guys.
on the
If
right
you
guys.
can't, yes,
Not
on the right
Chicharito.
guys, not Chicharito and Douglas Costa.
Yeah,
But
yeah,
we're
Douglas
spending a
Costa.
ton.
Oh my good grief.
We're spending a ton of money on
Chicharito, I at least understand it, even though that dude's weird. Like
He really
weird.
is.
I know he. Oh, that's a rocket blocked. He says a lot of good things most of the time, and then he'll pop off and he'll be like, "Where did that come from?" Dude's weird.
He's
Some
been
of the
weird since like
stories that I've heard,
2009.
crazy weird, like off the charts weird. So probably good to get him out of that locker room. Just saying.
But you spent all that money and you brought these guys in. I wonder if the conversation with Vanny was, look, we spent a ton of money. If you don't make this work, I'll find someone who does. And he did.
Wait, that's LA. I mean, that's the expectation there, and it should be. That's fine. That's the expectation in Atlanta, and that's what it is. I don't have a problem with that, but
No.
it does mean sometimes you're gonna have a quick hook and maybe too quick of a hook. That's just reality.
That's the guy right there who I'm going to be interested with seeing tonight after hearing Nico talk about Seattle more is Obed Vargas.
Yep, I like Obed Vargas a lot.
Yeah. Well,
Very,
he actually
very
can
good
stay on
player.
the field as opposed to your 10.
Yeah,
We talk about somebody with like paper hamstrings and Stian Gregerson. De La Vega might actually just be made of like thoughts.
he is
Not even
made of
paper.
balsa wood.
Thoughts.
He's made of feelings.
There's nothing tangible. There's nothing tangible about his ligaments and joints.
No, not at all.
Guys, I feel like every time I speak, my voice gets lower and lower as it goes, and I'm like, this isn't good.
Maddie is broken.
That's what happens
I'm-
sometimes. You're gonna learn as
Gosh.
you do more commentary and you're talking more.
Ugh.
You're gonna learn how. Wait a minute, I don't have the full capabilities of my voice. How do I
Sound like-
make it work now?
Maddie, did you see the hear the call from Gus Johnson today on the Michigan interception in the end zone?
Yes, I did.
Yeah. That's what it's going to be.
I
Ooh.
did hear that.
Where Michigan broke Gus Johnson.
Yes, broken. I I mean, the clean old fashioned hate just took me out last night. That's what it did. I
It stole
It
your
was
voice.
rough. It stole my voice. I mean, it got to a point I was screaming so much. I was. And then you look at the score line for the Georgia Tech game, and it looks like a freaking MLB game that went to like.
It's in the 9th inning.
Yeah.
Like you're sitting there, like, what is going on? It's crazy. Hey, but you know what? Go Dogs. All that matters.
Exactly.
You weren't
Sorry,
even
Tech fans.
you were still a young pup for like the prime Paul Johnson years too. Those years were weird.
He won like 3 times against Georgia.
I know, but none of them were expected, and
Well,
they were
no,
all
because
really
they were
weird.
never expected. Like
Because
Tech for the majority of my lifespan, Georgia Tech is beating Georgia once a decade. And there were a couple runs in that where they won a couple in a row or 3 out of 4 kind of deal. Like short-term dominance, I don't even think is the right word to say it. And then it goes the way that it should. I think, God, what was it that I heard yesterday that kind of blew my mind? I want to say since Vince Dooley took over at Georgia, like going back to the early 60s,
Ooh.
it was, I know I'm going to butcher the record. I think it was something like 49-14 or something. Like 49 wins and 14 losses, like something ridiculous. That's just what that series is.
Mm-hmm.
And
Brett
it played out
Key
that
has
way
done-
last night.
He's done a phenomenal job over
Yeah,
there at
he's
Georgia
great.
Tech. Seriously, I mean, he played really well. He was able to come in and like completely just throw Georgia off of everything. I mean, you had no idea where it was going, and we just couldn't keep up. We finally were able to get something, and then I mean, still, even in overtime, there were moments I was like, "Oh, this is it." I'm like, "We're gonna lose."
Yeah, I said that more times than I've said in a long time last
Oh
night
yeah,
watching that game. Like, oh, this is it, they're done.
uh,
Oh, this is it, they're
I.
done. They're not done.
I
It's
don't
like,
I
whoa,
don't
they're still
think
here.
I don't think Canes King had anything left in the tank
Nah,
in overtime.
he was
No.
completely, he was done. And
He
he
was
kept
he was
going
beaten
somehow.
up too.
Yeah,
I mean, he
Yeah.
was already sore coming into that game because you could see in between plays he'd be hunched over. It looked like it was every stoppage of play was him catching his breath and like trying to compartmentalize the pain and trying to like compartmentalize everything, and then you just go and do another play somehow.
I would
We'll see
also
if-
like to say it has been 17-7, Texas leading Texas A&M. Texas has been 17 since the halftime. So I have no idea.
Might be a
Craziness.
rematch.
Ooh.
Oh, De La Vega falls down. Those feelings turned the wrong way. He didn't get the foul.
When he falls down, though, it's kind of like when Yorgos would go down, like, oh god, is he hurt?
Yeah, exactly. Galaxy are pinning Seattle in for the most part, although Seattle's been able to break out a couple times because Nuhu's crazy, and Minongu is also a little
Nicest
crazy.
thing anyone said about Nuhu in a while.
It's early. Give it time. He'll do something really dumb here in a minute.
It's only the 13th minute. Something will happen.
The thing I like about the Galaxy is that occasionally they're going to try and pick the lock on Seattle. There's also going to be moments where they decide to just smash the lock.
It's true. Oh, Jovic block.
Is that
Paintsill block.
Okay, like the gravity though, like Paintsill makes that run outside. You get the right back going with him, and then the right center back takes like 4 steps with him too, and then goes, damn, I should probably just stay in front of Jovic. And just those little moments of that gravity, man. You just create a half a chance. That's all you need.
Ricky Pooch everywhere on the ball with the shirt tucked in, getting kicked by De La Vega. It's like
5 rolls there.
Yeah, you got 5. It's Ricky Pooch and Sam Coffey with the tucked in shirts. That's the only 2 that I see in the world.
Still be rolling.
1,
he might still be rolling.
2. They cut the replay. He was still rolling in the
No.
replay. Let's see the full replay. 1, 2. They cut the replay again.
No.
2 full rolls, and then it gets cut.
The tucked in jersey though is kind of like the dude who rolls up with like the plain black cleats.
Yeah,
It's
they're either like they have no idea why they're there or they're amazing.
yeah, they're gonna assassinate
They're not
everyone in the
just gonna
building.
be okay. They're either completely clueless and they don't know what they're doing, or they're gonna be the greatest player you've ever seen.
This is my Port Harbor. I'm actually letting you know that I'm walking away, but I might come back later.
You might come back later. Okay.
Yeah.
Fair enough. Bye, Jarrett. Or I guess not.
He ran away. He said no
He
goodbye.
at least said he was going to, but I mean, good grief.
Oh, jeez.
All right, we see
I
if
feel like
Seattle can get this done. Oh, they almost found a way. Go ahead.
Oh, you're ahead of me a little bit. Oh, if that was just a little bit, if he had made the run a little bit sooner.
LA goes to the other end of the field. They shot blocked by their own player. Seattle's going the other way now. This
Oh
game's
my
turning into
god.
chaos.
This is insane.
They will not be able. Seattle won't be able to play at this pace.
No,
They're gonna have to slow the game down.
that's what they're doing, which is smart.
Jill has a good question about Herdman potentially being inside of a drone.
Ooh, he
He's a
could
wee
be,
lad.
honestly.
He's
He
a
could
wee
be.
sneaky lad, so I could see him potentially fitting in a drone.
I mean, I could see it, honestly. It might be a more effective way of a cheating too. I don't know. We'll see.
He's probably tried it, knowing him.
That way he can write it down himself. He might have a notebook and he just is like jotting it down. He's like, he's like, I know what they're doing now.
I still say that the time, and I had even forgotten that I mentioned it was just one of those times in a game, like calling it for Georgia State, and there was a drone, and they had to stop the play because there's some like college rule about a drone flying over a field that the referee has to stop the game. And I'm just like riffing because we have really no idea what's happening, and I'm just talking on the air and like not thinking, and I'm like, oh, maybe the Canadian national team's in town. And I forgot that I said it. And it was when we were out there for a Panther Prowl, and Brett Surency's like, because it was a women's game, Brett was watching the game and he's like, I died when you said that.
No, because it was, I think, I want to say it was, yes, it was Georgia State women's versus Florida.
Oh,
Was it
yeah,
not?
that's right.
Yeah.
I think so. And
Because
like they
I
had to stop
noticed
the game
it.
because of the drone.
Yeah, because I looked up because I think I was
Yeah, it
taking
was the game
photos or
you were at.
something.
Yes,
I was
that's
taking
right.
photos and I like look up and I'm like, there's a drone there. And I was like, that's so weird. And then they stopped it and everyone was like, what is going on?
Yeah,
Like,
I had
there's
no
a drone.
idea. I'm just having to ramble on, like trying to figure out first why they stopped it, and then okay, when can they restart it? And I'm like, oh yeah, the Canadian national team's in town. And then I remembered, like, oh well, one of Georgia State's best players is Canadian. Maybe I should try to get out of this and
Oh
not say something
no.
mean about Canada. I'm like, oh, they're there to scout Aaliyah Fadul for sure. That's what they're doing.
Which they should do. If anyone
Yes.
from the Canadian national team is listening.
Yes, if they're
Aaliyah
not
Fadul.
already breaking things, that they're hearing us slander John Herdman and the rest of the Canadian program, then yes, scout Aaliyah Fadul for your youth national team.
Scout Aaliyah Fadul. Do it.
And John Herdman can fly the drone while being inside of
it. I like this plan.
I think Ricky Pooch is the only player in Major League Soccer who tucks in a shirt. I
don't see it
know of
often.
Anybody else? It's seriously Ricky and Sam Coffey for the U.S. women's national team.
I mean, well, doesn't Javi tuck it in too?
Oh, you're right. Javi does. Yeah, Javier Armas does. So that's another one, at least in our orbit.
Yeah, because I noticed that he does it because that's how I pick him out on the field too.
Yeah.
So I look for the guy who has the shirt tucked in. I'm like, that's Javi, and then I'm like,
yeah. I think that's the only. Oh, Joveljic diving, scrambling, uncomfortable save from Stephen Fry. That almost ended up in the back of the net.
Oh my gosh. I'm a little behind you, so I'm like watching it like as you're saying it.
Sorry.
No, it's helping me because then I get to anticipate. It's great.
Ah, there you go. Here comes.
Yeah,
Fry did not look. Yeah, it is. He didn't look comfortable. Like it was unexpected. So we're getting another look at it now. I want to watch Fry's footwork. Put in the ball to Jovic. There it is. Yeah, he didn't move over well to the right, but he was able to get there. It's like his
Yeah.
feet got crossed up. It was weird.
Yeah.
Not textbook. Not a textbook save.
It looks like he's reading it, but then he trips. Like he almost trips over his
Yeah.
own feet.
Yeah, it's like one of his feet did not work the way that it was supposed to, but he still got there
Yeah.
in the end.
Which, you know what, Fry, I get it. Me too, man. I
Man,
can't. I lose my footing all the time. So I can't talk either.
usually when you do that, you're not able to actually get to the ball and make the save.
Very true. Very true.
Seattle trying to make something happen here. They're also slowing the game down, which I think is smart.
I agree. Because I feel like you also kill LA Galaxy's momentum too.
Yeah. Yeah,
When you do that.
when they get out on the run and Pooch is able to win the ball back like he just did, and then pick out passes like he just did, and get Paintsill and Peck flying, you're in trouble.
Mm-hmm.
And you're in trouble. Block. Jovic with a block, an incredible block to prevent that shot from getting in. Seattle recovered.
Nice.
Ricky Pooch almost carved them open, and then Jovic, I think it was Reagan who blocked the shot. Let's see.
Yeah. Ooh.
That's a good block.
That's great
No, it was
defending.
Cardoso. Nathan Cardoso blocked it. Reagan was higher
Great
up.
defending.
Yeah. Really good timing. He didn't try to go into the player. He just slid in front.
Yeah.
Jorge
Just
feels
timed
like
it really well.
Jorge has chimed in on the tucked shirt. Says it's a stylistic choice for sure. I think that's a little sarcastic there, Jorge. I
I'm
remember when you
curious.
had to, like, there were, it's not, I mean, I'm old, but I'm not that old. Like, there were times where you had to, maybe I am that old, where you had to tuck in your shirt. At
No,
least
it
to
was
start
old
that way.
US like men's national. I remember watching games where you had to tuck it in.
Referees made you, and then like it would
Yeah.
come out as the game would start. And you'd play like there was the song and dance where you'd like tuck it in at the kickoff and then pull your shirt out because you didn't want it tucked in. Now they just don't care, except for Javier Armas, Sam Coffey, and Ricky Pooch.
I'm curious, like, as to like why, like, if it's like just like a personal choice as to like what it is. I'm just curious.
Yeah, I don't know. That's gonna have to be an investigative report that we do on Javier Armas this
Hey,
upcoming
we
season.
already broke the coffee.
We found out he
Yeah,
puts butter in
so
his coffee, so like now we need to find out why he tucks his shirt in.
which can we talk about that? Because I did not expect that news to break when we were doing that preseason. It was my first real big interview with SDH, and I go in there and I'm like, "You talked about Dax. Let me ask about it. Let's see what happens." And then that happened, and I was shocked and appalled.
Yeah, I mean that was completely unexpected. He's just like, I will put my hand up and say yes, it was me, and we're like, wow, what?
We're
Just
like, "Oh my
chaos.
goodness, absolute chaos." But you know
So
what? I still haven't tried it yet, though.
I
We'll see.
have not, and I don't think I will. Sorry, Javi, I'm not going to try your butter.
I
in
don't
the
think I'm
coffee
going
trick.
to either. I don't think I'm going to either.
I'm not a big enough coffee fan to begin with. I'm not excited about putting butter in it. Megan talking about the shirt tucking. Was it more of a thing with the blousey shirts from the 90s? That's the last time I saw it more widespread. I think that was a combination of two things. Like that was when you had to tuck it in to start. And yeah, the shirts were like oversized. Like that was just the style. You didn't have the form-fitting jerseys that people have now. So like, and then that gave it a different effect when it's tucked in. And Ricky Pooch is dancing on the ball around 3 Seattle Sounders.
My gosh,
He
he's
might
insane.
be, and in a flick from Jovic, that's insane. Here comes Paintsill.
Gosh,
Ricky Pooch is a filthy, filthy kid in all the best ways.
oh,
And
he's
then
such a
they
good
don't
player.
get anything out of it. That's ridiculous.
Ugh.
Jorge, that's a good point. We're going to have to really do some studying here about the shirt
Yeah.
tucking situation. That might
Well,
be an
because
off-season feature on Soccer Down Here.
yeah, because I swear like it's not like I remember watching games where like they did still do it. I swear they did, but I could be totally wrong. And I'm just maybe it's like me watching like old highlights or something. That's why I'm remembering it. But it might be because like if they are oversized, just to like keep it more uniform, that like if That way, like, it's not all like, looking all weird if it's like oversized. And especially if you have players who are different sizes, then it looks a little more uniform. Maybe that might be what it is.
There was just
I don't know.
a rule about having to start the game with your shirt tucked, as what I remember, and then it became more and more lax over time. I remember when the shorts became oversized first before the shirts, or no, the shirts were and the shorts weren't, because like early 90s, like it was the shorter shorts, which I never liked. And then I remember Nike, when they started really getting into uniforms, they got into the longer shorts, and I loved them. Like, I would wear in high school with the Adidas shorts we had, they were kind of the old school, like, shorter, not short shorts, but shorter shorts, and I always hated them. I would always wear them, like, 2 sizes bigger because I wanted them longer, like, I wanted them to be baggy shorts. Like Michael Jordan and basketball and all that, that was cool. So, like, when Nike came in and they made the bigger, baggier shorts, like, as a default, I loved it. Beckham was big with that kind of style. And then the shirts became tighter. And as Megan says, and I remember players specifically saying this, when people started wearing the shirts, like before, it was the opposite of what I did with shorts. When people started wearing shirts like 2 sizes smaller, because then they wanted them to be form fitting and super tight, because then it makes shirt pulling very obvious. So there was actually a tactic behind it. Now it's just where it is, and now it's weird to see Ricky Pooch just dominating and beasting in this game with his shirt tucked in.
Gosh. I mean, he's so good on the ball. It's like insane.
It's ridiculous.
That's
Oh,
why, like,
Jorge. Sorry, Jorge
I've
brought up the one-piece Cameroonian kit that got banned. It was a one-piece kit,
what?
a onesie.
Oh, I'm
You
looking this up.
Yeah, I was about to say, you gotta search for that one. That's definitely before your time, but that was ridiculous. I think it was sleeveless too.
I'm looking at it. Hold on.
Jill says 90s were shorter and wider shorts. Yes, not a flattering look. Yes, I totally agree.
Whoa. What?
Jorge has blown Maddie's mind with the one-piece
What?
Cameroonian kit.
That's crazy.
Yay or nay?
I don't
She
know.
doesn't even know.
I feel like that's so, like, inconvenient.
Well, yes, there's that. It's
Well,
like
I mean,
like
I'm just
a
thinking
track star.
well, I'm just thinking, like, we've seen so many times when a jersey rips.
Yeah, it's true.
Like, what happens then? Like, do you, like,
That could be a real
full
problem.
wardrobe change? Like, I just don't. Oh, that was dangerously wide open. Oh no.
I
That's
think
crazy.
I think, Jorge, since you brought this up, correct me if I'm wrong. Didn't Cameroon try to wear them with normal shorts? I think they tried to wear them as like the shirt was what it was, but then they put shorts on over the bottom of it. I might be wrong.
Oh.
It was weird. Cameroon got crazy with uniforms there for a while.
So what was it, a yay or nay that you were posing to Matt?
The Cameroonian one-piece uniforms.
No, nay.
Well,
Nay.
yeah, I know you're gonna say nay.
Nay. Too
Yeah,
confining.
I just don't get it. Like, I just, like, I don't
John
I don't get the
appeared out of thin
reasoning
air
to
and
do it.
freaked me out for a minute.
I know he, like, I was like,
Oh,
whoa.
Hi, I'm back. I had to, like I said, I had to unpack a car after a 4-hour drive.
Yeah, I think they tried to play it off and wear the. Oh, did that come off a hand? Hold on. I don't think it was in any way intentional, but did that come off the hand? Am I crazy?
No, I thought it did.
Ooh.
Okay, let's see.
Like I said, I'm
No,
6.
it's off his head. His
Okay.
hand was just out, but it came off like the back of his head.
Okay.
All right, that freaked me out for a minute.
So 6 seconds behind you. I'm looking. Yes. No hand.
Oh, I remember those. Jill said she remembered when girls' youth players would put Velcro ties around their sleeves to make them sleeveless, in air quotes.
I
They
think a
sold
lot
them.
of people
Some company did those. I remember those.
A lot of girls I think still do them.
It's like a
Like they'll
sleeve, like from the collar to the it's like a Velcro from the collar to the sleeve, essentially, to like pull it up.
yeah, I've seen a couple of like of players. I think in college more specifically, I've seen a couple of them do it. It's not like as widely done.
Mm.
But I've seen a couple of them still do it, or at least like do something similar where they like roll it up. That way, it's more. You mainly see it, I think, more in like the summertime when it or like
Yeah.
August when it's still like blazing hot outside.
Yeah. Hey, hey, Maddie.
Yes.
You know what Kennesaw State and Florida State have in common?
Oh gosh, what?
You both won 2 games this year?
Correct.
Yay! Hey, you know
Two-
what? For us, very happy for that.
That's not
2-10. We lost to the school in Gainesville 31-11 to finish 2-10. And Gus
Oh
Gus
wow.
Malzahn is going to be our new offensive coordinator.
bad.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, listen, both of our wins were pretty cool. We got the game against Liberty, and then we got the we went on senior day, which is pretty cool, Pretty cool.
Yeah.
All right, LA Galaxy are trying to take off with Paintsville.
The Killer Peas.
Ricky Pooch on the ball is just I could watch it all day. He's so good.
He's
That's why I've loved watching LA Galaxy, but I think more specifically just Ricky Pooch this entire season because he's just so fun to watch.
It's so funny when I was doing the vote for the awards because somehow they gave me a vote. I have no
Nice.
idea why they would do that.
Whoa.
Thing,
Whoa.
it's chaos. It's been a few years now that I've had a vote. The first person that popped into my mind, and this year's complicated, and there were a lot of really good candidates, but the first player that just popped into my mind was Ricky Pooch.
Mm-hmm.
I think in most years he would be the MVP.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
Jorge says, interestingly, I saw a kid in flannel pants today and a basketball jersey tucked into it. It was really weird.
Whoa.
We're talking into weird old fashioned. That used to be a thing. I remember the flannel
Really?
pants and like basketball jerseys and stuff.
Yeah, I do too.
Never my style. I could never pull that off.
I was not really a basketball.
I wasn't really into the basketball jerseys on a regular basis. I would have random weird soccer jerseys though. But I didn't do the flannel pants. I could never pull that off.
What's the most random soccer jersey that you have in your possession?
Well, I got a bunch of weird ones now because I went out and bought weird ones.
Ooh, I'll tell you one that fell into my possession. My friend Carson, I was like, we were all hanging out, I think, watching an Atlanta United game over at his place like earlier this season, and he was like, "Hey," he was like, "MLS Fanatic sent me a duplicate jersey on accident," and he was like, "I'm never gonna wear it. Do you want it?" I was like, "Sure." It is like the black and green striped LA Galaxy kit.
Oh yeah, the faux back.
Yeah,
The
so I have that
faux throwback. Yeah, that's a good one.
Pretty sick. I love
have it's seen better days because it's old, but I have a 1996 Colorado Rapids
Nice.
Puma jersey.
That's so cool.
I've got like stuff like that. Like I've got a couple Atlanta Ruckus jerseys from that time, like 95.
Your Red Dog jersey is pretty
The
sweet.
Red Dog jersey. The Red Dog blue one was 96. The Red Dog white one is 95. But I've got some other like random ones that like I bought from classic football shirts and stuff like that to be random.
Yeah.
I got some of the random like Argentine club ones from the mystery box that they did.
Yeah.
With the Maradona tribute stuff on them. I've got the Admiral Brown goalkeeper shirt.
Nice.
With the Admiral on the front of it.
Yeah, I've got the Almirante Brown, but not the keeper jersey.
Yeah, I've got the keeper jersey one.
Yeah,
I've got stuff like that. I think I do. Do I have every third kit? Yes, I do. I have every Atlanta United kit, every shirt. That not the training shirts, like every shirt they wore in an official match. I have at least one of
everything from concrete and cherry pie forward.
Yeah. So I have the first jersey, short sleeve and long sleeve, the red and black stripe. And then I've got the concrete and strawberry short sleeve. I think I have one of their long sleeve, or I might just only have the first striped kit long sleeve. Then peach, then I don't know, I don't remember what the second red and black striped jersey was. I don't remember what it's called. Like I have that one, the first one with the star on it. The gold one, which is a really good shirt, but a really bad jersey because you can't see the gold print on it.
Right.
The Unity kit, that third kit, the black kit, which is highly underrated. I actually love that shirt. Jordan Moore's trying to score a goal. Save
Ooh.
McCarthy.
I am
Um,
still searching for the strawberry concrete jersey. I have searched on eBay. I have searched on
I
Ghost.
saw one come up in 2X today, but you just have to put in the search and look for it.
Y'all,
Oh,
I mean, this is a
Jorge's got
calling
some
card.
wild ones. I love that shirt. I break when we do countdown to kickoff, I will break out some of the old school kits, and that's one that I will go to at least a couple times a season. The Unity kit is one that I really, really like. It'll be about that time to break out the Forest kit, because that grew on me a lot.
Yeah.
I
Oh,
didn't
yeah.
like it at first, but it grew on me a lot.
Yeah, I gotta find a way to get a Resurgence kit. I really do like the Resurgence kit. That might be a Christmas list thing, or that might be a.
Sorry, Jorge is with me on the black kit, the black with the 5 like thin red stripes down the front.
Oh, I think I have. So I have the original jersey, just like the plain red, black, and gold from
Yeah.
2017. Yes, I have that one. I have the black kit as well. I have the white gold away one. I have the King Peach jersey. I'm trying to think if there's any others that I have, like actually playing.
The black kit is probably like. No, I think in general we've been pretty lucky with good shirts all the way across the board. But the black one is the one that I feel like is maybe the most underrated, and just wearing a random jersey out, that one really works, because it's a black shirt with some red on it, and it works with you can wear it with pretty much anything. I think I wore it to the Cure concert. It's a cool shirt, and it did not get enough love. That's my
This
story.
is the calling card.
Yeah.
Calling card. Anyone listening, if you find a strawberry concrete jersey, ignore my voice crack. If you find it,
In what
this is my calling. Small, medium, I'll take whatever.
Okay.
I just need it. I need it, and I want it. This is my calling card. I love it. I need it. Anyway, that's my message. Thank you.
Jill asked when the King Peach jersey was leaked, I thought it was a joke. Was that the one that Escobar leaked?
Yeah, it was.
Or did he leak?
I think so. Yeah.
The striped one? He leaked one of them, and it was pretty bad.
Because there was one that wasn't there one that the Hawks players leaked by mistake on their.
No, they didn't leak it by mistake. That was an.
Oh, that was planned. That was planned.
That was the Resurgence kit, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was the Resurgence kit. It happened earlier this year.
That was absolutely planned. Jorge says he's on it, looking for your concrete and strawberry.
Listen, thank you. I'm so excited. I have been searching for this for so long. I need to actually go to one of those like trade in, or like not trade in, but like I need to go to like a jersey store where I can look and see what I can find.
Check Rare and Retro here in Atlanta. They have a lot of Atlanta stuff. They might have it. What was that?
That was not me.
Siri. Siri was annoying. Please ignore it. She's making me mad. She's done it 3 times.
Oh, hold on. Nuhu just did his first really stupid thing of the day. He just came running in and kicked it, and it ended up in like Santa Barbara.
It's the Nuhu hat trick. He got his first stage.
I guess.
Usually it's a card, just a wayward shot that was stupid, and then just something else stupid that doesn't result in a card.
That was a wayward kick, or maybe it deflected. I might give him the benefit of the doubt. It's still early.
So that's the first step of the Nuhu report card.
Jill is taunting you, Maddie. She has a women's concrete and strawberry kit.
Ooh.
Jill, this is meme. This is meme.
That one they did a women's version of it. Like I don't they did the 2017 kits. So the concrete and strawberry and the red and black stripes. They did specific women's cuts of them. I
remember
don't
that, yeah.
think they have since.
No, I don't think they have. I think you're right.
They
do? They called it like a fan jersey.
Yeah, they'll do like I'll tell you though, like sometimes the women's cuts, like I've gotten one where it is a women's like cut, but it's not like it just doesn't like
not cut well.
Yeah, no.
No, it's not.
Patty,
and so I always
makes a
I just
point
like the men's.
Yeah, Patty makes a point to get the men's.
Yeah,
I always do.
I remember like because the Colombian Federation is run by morons half the time. They had the Colombian women's national team playing in the women's cut of the Colombian jerseys, and it was not flattering on everybody, and it was not what they should be playing games in. And they wore shirts underneath it, so it looked ridiculous. Oh, off the bar. Seattle Rusnak.
Ah,
oh my gosh.
Albert Rusnak.
Did it go off the bar? Did McCarthy get it?
I think it was both.
I think he got it.
I think he got it, and then it went to the post.
No, I don't know if it touched the post. I think McCarthy pushed it over. Yeah, he pushed it over.
Yep, there it is. Pushed it over.
Yeah, see, that's what Jill said, Maddie. Like the one that she has it's too low cut because of that women's cut is too low cut.
They'll make some like, and this is not just Atlanta. This is like just like all over MLS. I've seen it like on other places too.
It's the
like
Adidas
Fanatics. Yeah, and like you'll see it. They're really low cut, and it's like, whoa, okay.
Yeah,
it's like no, it's like just to make it uniform. Like
yeah, you can do a women's cut without it being low cut.
Yes.
Oh, wait a minute, Megan Gehring, you need to go to Poshmark, Maddie. They've got a women's medium, but it's the women's cut.
But it's women's cut.
Hey, you know what? It's something. I'm taking.
But they might have others, so go to Poshmark. Megan says.
I'm scouting right now.
Yeah,
I'm doing
one that I always liked that was underrated was the Prime Blue.
Which one was because they changed names multiple times, and I don't include that one in the ones that I have. I don't have any of those. The Earth Day kits, essentially.
The Earth Day that was the recyclable Prime Blue color with the I guess either the red or the pink lettering.
They did different. Okay, I know which one you're talking about. It was like an electric blue weird one.
Yeah.
Megan says they have a neutral one on Poshmark. Go, Maddie.
Oh my! I'm going right now, guys.
Can't stop her.
Yeah, the one that they did in 2018, where it was like it looked almost like a charcoal color.
Yeah.
The one they wore at LA Galaxy in 2018, one of the most underrated wins in club history, where Chris McCann made Zlatan not invisible, basically.
That was fantastic.
Yeah, that was my favorite of the Earth Day kits. I didn't like the weird electric blues and greens and weird things, but those were one-off, so I don't have any of those. I don't include that in my list. I'm sorry, even though it was an official match. So I should rephrase. Jerseys that the team wore more than once in official matches.
Yeah. And I mean, for me, I like the 404 kit.
I love the 404 kit. I loved it from the minute I saw it.
And
I love the 404 kit, and I want one so bad.
And I have
You might be able to find one of those on sale, Maddie. Those I think the MLS store still had some, and they were pretty heavily discounted at this point.
Hang on. All right, so MLSsoccer.com. While Maddie's on Poshmark, I'll go to there.
Didn't think you guys were going to help shop as we watch the MLS playoffs tonight, but that's what we're doing.
In lieu of goals.
Yeah, no. Ricky Pooch has tried, as has Albert Rusnak.
So,
yeah, the women's cut Adidas jerseys got a little out of control with the low cut V-neck. That is true.
Okay, so Resurgence is available. The One Planet is available on sale from this year. Resurgence.
They didn't wear that in a game this year, did they?
No,
They didn't do
it's-
the Earth Day kit.
Just did that in warm-ups. Just
Okay.
the one planet was in warm-ups.
Or his wife banned him from wearing a 404 kit.
Wow.
I love the
Whoa.
404 kit.
Wow.
I'm old school Atlanta though, so like I totally got it straight away when I saw how it was coming together.
Okay,
Like
so
it was the ATLians album cover and the So Def billboard, and like that's the first two things I thought of when I saw that shirt.
I like the One Planet from 23, which is also on heavy discount right now at Fanatics.
Yeah, the One Planet, the Prime Blue, and it was Parley originally, Jill.
Right.
Like that, it kept changing names in the stuff. The one, I think it's the Prime Blue. Like they did just a line of clothes in that that are not team related, and Ricky Pooch saved the just random Prime Blue Adidas pants and like pullovers and stuff are my absolute favorite Adidas stuff. They are the most comfortable. I have a pair of red Adidas pants and black Adidas pants, and it's whatever it ended up being called when they sold these, the Prime Blue, or it wasn't Parlay at that time. It was the second version of the name
Right.
of the recycled materials. No, Jorge, yeah, I get it, and I'm always really where Jorge said. She said it's borderline cultural appropriation if he wears the 404 kit. I get it, and I'm usually like super conscious of that. In my opinion, if a team puts it out in a major deal like Atlanta United did, it's for everybody.
Yeah.
That's kind of how I put it.
So Parlay One Planet so Parlay Prime Blue One Planet. That was the procession.
Okay. Prime Blue, when they did just a run of stuff, if you are just looking for Adidas random things, Prime Blue Adidas pants pullovers are the absolute best.
And yeah, so 404 is on sale. Not really knocked, and it's the women's cut. Sadly, right now 404.
I didn't know they did a women's cut of that one.
It's on. It's at MLS store.
Maybe I don't know how they adjusted how low cut it was.
Yeah. And
for me, like it's just like for the women's cut too. Sometimes it's like a really tight. Like
Yeah.
normally
Yeah.
I'm a small medium depending on like how I want the jersey to fit.
Yeah.
If I'll get like a smaller or medium, it'll be so tight that
Yeah.
I'll have to like get like a large or an extra large just to make
Yeah.
it like fit the way I want it to.
Yeah, and that's
so
why literally that's why I end up. That's why Patty ends up getting the men's cuts because she likes those more.
that's what I do too. I like it in the men's ones because I feel like it's a little bit more like it's more like of what I know is like the style too of like what it is.
Mhm.
And also I know that it'll fit a lot better too. So
And
always fun.
And on that note, this is where I take my leave because the boss is at home and I'm going to catch up with her for a bit.
Okay.
I am also heading out as well. I have to go to sleep.
All right. Well, you guys crash. Jarrett might come back. I will continue, probably not the fashion conversation with everybody else, but I will continue chatting and watching the second half.
And we'll be listening. Be good.
All right.
Absolutely.
Buenas noches, y'all.
See ya.
See ya. All right. You're stuck with me. I'll switch that so I'm not like Giant. She just didn't like the shirt, Jorge. That's what it came down to. I love that shirt. I really liked it. In terms of really being creative with a third kit, I really liked what they did with it. I thought it was very cool. But I am with you on really cutting back on the jersey and team spending stuff. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like I'm doing so many different things with Atlanta United these days that I'm pretty much in Atlanta United gear all the time anyway. So I'm not buying a whole bunch of other jerseys because I wouldn't ever have time to wear them. Because I feel like I'm working most of the time. I'm either in Atlanta United gear or I'm in Soccer Down Here gear, pretty much nonstop. Yeah, that 404 kit, I thought they did a really good job with it, but it was very interesting to see the responses to it. Jill is shameless. Jill, I know you, so yes, you are shameless. I could admit to that. Some people really didn't like it. I think some people really didn't get it. I remember some of the conversations around it at first, and it's just not the Atlanta experience that they had. But like for me, again, like I said, it was the Outcast second album cover, and it was the So Def billboard that used to be south of Turner Field, Atlanta Fulton County Stadium. That's going north. I always felt like when I was driving into the city, like, oh, I'm in Atlanta now. There's the So Def billboard. So like it's just those things. The airbrush kind of thing that was always a big deal in the malls. So it all felt like home to me. But my Atlanta experience is really weird because you got to remember like yeah, no, that's definitely true, Jill. The throwback graffiti logo for soccer in the streets, absolutely, it's got that edge to it. Um, my Atlanta's weird, and my feelings and how I think of with Atlanta is weird because like I mean I used to it was in Athens, but it's close enough. I used to DJ, so I'd be the only white guy in the building. So like being in those kinds of scenes, like that's just normal to me. The one time I had that feeling, as this topic is completely veered off of course, as you guys know, it can happen on any SDH content. Um, I remember when I DJ'd, and again, I was usually the only white guy in the club, and somebody brought in for all of us, like as a super nice gift. It was very cool. I kept it for a long, long time. FUBU sweatshirt hoodie, and I loved it. It was like an ice blue. FUBU like would do like the city versions, and it was a Miami one, which didn't matter. But it was like ice blue, and it had Miami, and it was FUBU, and I wore it. I didn't care. I didn't wear it always out in every place, but yeah, it was weird. Um, okay, let's see what else we got here. Yes, I do love "Bombs Over Baghdad" being the new goal celebration song. I love that. That just feels absolutely right. Um, and again, it's back to Atlanta. Jorge says, "Do you know of any Latin American Academy or second team players by the name of Chris? Some guy showed up to pick up decked out in official twos gear." Chris. I would have to think about it. Chris Gloucester, but he's not here anymore. There could be an Academy guy that I don't know, so I'd have to think about it. Yes, I had FUBU. I loved it, but yeah, I did at times think about when I put that on. But I love that sweatshirt. I kept it for so long. I did the whole throwback jersey thing for a long time too. That was always cool to me. The I had a Jamal Anderson Falcons jersey. Like that era, as that would be early 2000s, like 99 to 2001, 2, when throwback jerseys were like the thing and the oversized football jerseys were the thing. Um, yeah, I that was right in my wheelhouse. Baggy clothes, baggy pants, football jersey, oversized, wear a long sleeve shirt underneath it. Yeah, that was definitely in my wheelhouse. So I could rock the FUBU at that time. I wasn't rocking the flat bill hats at that time. Just be a probably a Braves hat. I guess with the FUBU when I didn't wear a Braves hat. I don't even know I was wearing a hat at that time. A mutiny shirt would be amazing. My Salvadoran knockoff place used to have them. They did a knockoff Valderrama mutiny shirt, and it was amazing. They had to change their name to nostalgia.cf, and I think they're still doing their thing. You can find them on eBay, but also if you look for nostalgia.cf, I think their storefront is still up on the web. I've gotten so many shirts from them. That's my favorite knockoff place. I got my Argentina '86 navy blue shirt from there. I got my USA, not the denim one because I don't like the denim '94 jersey as much as everybody else. I liked the other one, the red and white stripes that are wavy. I got a knockoff of that with 11 and Winalda on the back. I got the USA jersey before that, the Adidas, I think it was Equipment A, with the three stripes over the shoulder, like red and blue. It was a white jersey, 2 red, 1 blue, and the old US Soccer logo and a number 7 on it. I love that shirt. That's from my Salvadoran place, and I got an Alianza El Salvador team jersey with Coca-Cola as a big sponsor. It's just a cool white knockoff jersey. I got an El Salvador jersey too. The El Mágico Gonzalez jersey. That's just a really cool Adidas knockoff simple blue jersey, white sleeves, the old trefoil Adidas logo. It's a knockoff collar. Yeah, man, I've got a bunch of jerseys from that place. I think they might still have the Tampa Bay Mutiny one. They did last time I looked. It's been a minute. I think they did a Mauricio Cienfuegos Galaxy jersey too, of their first couple of years. They might have had a couple of the Galaxy ones actually. I love that now you're starting to see whether it's a faux back or like a real throwback jersey done. I like that you're starting to see soccer embrace those because I love that stuff. I love the old classic jerseys as much as the new ones and doing something cool and funky. Like I like the old history ones. So I love that those are becoming either you can find them on eBay or find them on places like Classic Football Shirts or Rare and Retro here in Atlanta at the Brew House. They have a store in Charlotte too. They're online. I love that you're able to start finding those things. And I don't mind. I don't do knockoffs a ton, but I don't mind the knockoffs of jerseys you literally can't buy anymore new. I know. I wish it was a Kobe Jones old school one. I would absolutely got that more. John Harkes would have been the one for me too. That was my guy when I was a kid as a player. Like that was who I wanted to model my game after. But I would absolutely get a Kobe Jones jersey. But the red and white stripe ones went all to, and I know Eric, so it's okay. It's a cool shirt. And they did a good job. It looks good. It looks authentic. The fit on them is good. That's my shop. I gotta see if their storefront's still up. Now that you think about it, I'm not gonna go buy stuff from them because I don't need to, because that would be bad. Because I'm trying not to spend that money. Yes, nostalgiacf.com. And their jerseys are pretty reasonable. Like they're usually under $30. Let me see if they still have the Mutiny one. They got some good Milan stuff. Let's see if you're in luck with a knockoff Tampa Bay Mutiny jersey. They've still got my US jerseys, and they've got the denim knockoff with Lawless. The number 7 one's Hugo Perez. That's why I was really excited to get that. I don't see the Mutiny jersey. They have an LA Aztecs jersey, which is pretty cool. Yeah, you might have missed out on the Tampa Bay Mutiny one. I'm sorry. Ooh, they don't have an Echeverry DC one, although that would be cool. I'd want a Jaime Moreno one. I was so excited for Efrain Morales playing for Bolivia and the senior national team in these last 2 qualifiers. It was very cool when we went down to Orlando for that game, and he was with the team, even though he ended up not making the bench. I know how much it meant to him. We talked about it once before about getting to play for Bolivia, where his family's from, and it was very, very cool for him. He was a good kid. I hope you guys had the chance to see the dinner that we did with it was Ephra and Luke and Matt Edwards. They cut that down to 10 minutes somehow. We talked for like 45 minutes. That could like have 3 different chapters to it if we wanted to. They were all great. I want to see what happens in the second half. I feel like the Galaxy should win this game. Yeah. Ephra, I thought I didn't get to see the second game. I know the first game he played well, but they had a red card and the team didn't play well. Just getting the opportunity and probably for him especially getting to play in Bolivia, I'm I can't even imagine what that meant. Yeah, I mean, it's Enter. Come on, man. It's Enter Valencia. I think Efra can give more to the first team for Atlanta. We'll see. Um, yeah, that's right. The first Efra. That's right. I think he's a first team player. I do. I was really impressed with his progression this year. Smart kid too. He's taken business classes at Georgia Tech while being a professional soccer player. That's not exactly easy to pull off. I don't know how many classes he's taken a semester and stuff. I want to see if Bolivia makes the World Cup. It looks like it's going to be between Bolivia and Venezuela. Either one would be great. Yeah, he did do a good job when he came on against DC. And the game in Chicago where he got the start when Noah was sick. That was completely unexpected. He played really well that day. He's just steadily improved his confidence, improved his ability to defend. Like, he's always been good on the ball. He's always been good in the air, physical, but he's been a much better overall defender this year. And he hasn't turned the ball over. He's been tidy. There's another buzzword for you. He's been tidy with the ball. I really like him too, Jorge. I really do. I would love to see him get more of an opportunity. And that's the thing when you bring in a new coach and there's going to be a new set of eyes and people seeing these players kind of for the first time at times. I'll be really curious to see what somebody coming in thinks of Ephra, of Noah, of Jay, although I think Jay has established himself even more. Um, of Luke. I think Luke's another player who has more to give. He's got to produce more in the attacking third, but we'll see. Yeah, he had a ton of injuries early on and just being healthy pretty much consistently for the last 2, maybe 3 years. I think you've seen the jump, just that he's been able to play consistently, so he's learning every time. We are back underway for the second half. I wasn't sure if I was going to get to the second half of this game, especially after that Georgia game. I wasn't there like Maddie and didn't have to deal with the cold, but I went to sleep very, very late last night after that Georgia game. So I wasn't sure if I was going to get here, but here we are, second half, Carson, California. So I will probably end up talking a little bit more as I'm keeping up with the chat too, but I'll probably end up talking a little bit more tactically about the second half and kind of what I'm seeing and what both teams are doing. Anything that jumps out to me. So that's what could happen. I mean, the second half might go in a completely different direction, especially if Ricky Pooch keeps picking up the ball and making runs like that. Bouncing ball. Yeah, Horak, even across the board, include left back in that. Like what the the growth of the young players in the defensive group has been really impressive. Ooh, that was a good defensive run. Morris ended up tripping him up. Jordan is not quite as fast as he used to be, but Carlos Garces, that was a really good run. I think something that I've focused a lot on over the past couple of years defensively is players who get to the spot and separate attackers from the ball. Not even with a tackle, like get between them and the ball, whether it's on a run, like a tracking run, or it's just picking your moment to step in front. Oh, shot wide. Delgado. They check in at halftime. Yes, he came on for Marco Royce. I thought they might start the other way with Delgado starting and Royce coming on in the second half. I think Delgado gives you a little more balance. Mark Delgado is one of the most underrated players in MLS history. Not Marky anymore, just Mark. Just such a good two-way player. It was so good in those really good Toronto teams that had, I mean, so many guys we could be talking about, and he flew under the radar a little bit. Seattle trying to break, but LA. I mean, we talk about LA's attack so much. This is a good organized team. Greg Vanney's a really good coach. I wasn't sure if it was going to work out for him in LA, and just knowing his career and having played there, he wanted it to, and he was going to go down with the ship. It just wasn't looking like it was going to come together. But you go out and you add, and this is something for Atlanta to think about. You add Paintsill and Peck, 2 players. You added Marco Royce later, but even before he came, they were really good. They already had Ricky Pooch, and they had some other good pieces, and they made some other good signings too that weren't as high profile. But 2 attacking players transformed that team. Absolutely transformed that team. And if Atlanta goes out and they got to get the number 9, you don't have a Joveljic who was a backup and turned into a guy who should be the starter. You go out and you add a 9 and you add maybe another winger. Could be interesting. There's a pay-per-view fight with ex-footballers in Ecuador. What is going on, Jorge? Josie Altidore might get into that. Yeah, I don't know, Jill. I wasn't listening. Royce came out at halftime. I know I don't want to say not fit, but I didn't hear, and I've got one ear kind of paying attention to it. I'm not sure if there was an injury. I didn't think they were going to start Royce. I think the Galaxy are best using him off the bench. I know there's pressure when you add somebody of his quality, and he's insanely talented, but he's older, and he's not going to help you as much on the defensive side. Delgado gives you more balance. I feel like he should have been the guy to start. I'm looking to go see if there was an issue with an injury. Oh, Nuhu's header blocked at the top of the 6. And now the Galaxy can break out, although he's armbarred down. That's gotta be it's not a foul. That wasn't a foul? It looked like Roldan just armbarred Gabriel Peck. I don't know how that's not a foul. I'm baffled. I I really get frustrated, and we talked about it a little bit earlier with my default's always going to be I want the ball. So I'm generally going to lean to attacking football more than defensive. Attackers so often, I know you get diving and I know you get some of that kind of shenanigans that need to get cleaned up in this game in a big way. But attacking players so often just don't get the benefit of the doubt. Okay, at least the Drew Fisher's consistent. He's like, I don't care if you like attacking players. They can get hit in my game. Yeah, I thought Peck was fouled. Now foul's called. Fisher, I don't know. I'd have to go back and really think about it here. As okay, it sounds like there was a possible injury with Marco Royce. I guess Brian McBride said he did not look comfortable. God, Jorge, you got Ecuadorian ex-footballers doing celebrity boxing matches. Maybe in the U.S. we can get Josie Altidore on a boxing match. Would enough people pay to see that? I might actually, depending on how much it was. Oh, both fighters over 40, overweight and broke. Okay, that's a whole different situation. Josie Altidore wouldn't need to do it because he's broke. Josie's a big guy. He might be able to fight. I don't know. There was that fight in the tunnel at Red Bull Arena, wasn't there? Or in Toronto at BMO Field. I can't remember where that one was. I think it was at Red Bull Arena. The infamous Toronto and Red Bulls fight. So Delgado gives LA a little more balance. It's still scoreless. Stats on this game. Just curious. I feel like Seattle's been dangerous in short bursts, but LA's been the better team overall. Yeah, Josie's a big dude. I mean, doesn't mean he's a good fighter, but if he gets his weight behind a good punch, I'm not getting into a fight with him. I'm with you. I mean, goalkeepers are always crazy. Goalkeepers, you could get into a fight for sure. Corner Galaxy. So yeah, I mean, I'm. It's funny this year especially. I've felt like doing what I do, doing commentary for a while there, and maybe it's just because we were getting inundated with stats. Like I felt like not that I was getting stat heavy, but I would use stats to make points to talk about things. I felt like this year, and a lot of it was because of what we saw earlier in the differences between the XG models. Like they're not consistent enough. The differences between some stat trackers of like what's a chance being created and what's not. And possession was another one this year. I felt like was very different depending on which stat group you were looking at. I really got to where I wasn't paying much attention to stats at all. And I would kind of be like, all right, how did the game feel to me? Who did it feel like? Like I said, like as you get a late shot from Pedro de la Vega, he's had a couple of those. He gets a yellow. I kind of have a feeling like in this game, it felt like the Galaxy have had more control. They've had the better of the overall play, but Seattle's had some opportunities. The stats right now, shots 8-6 LA, expected goals 0.36 to 0.16. It's kind of felt like that. I try to, and it doesn't always go that way. Sometimes you have a feel and you're like, game feels like this. And you look at the numbers, you're like, whoa, it's actually the opposite. But I'm trying to get to where I'm not looking at the stats to determine my feel. I have my feel, and the stats either back it up or it just gives me something to talk about. That's my random aside tonight. I've had a few of those. Yeah, De La Vega's gotten a little more physical than I remembered him during his time at Lanús. The first number 10 from Lanús in a while who didn't end up in Atlanta. I'm really happy to see Marcelino Moreno go back to Lanús and just kill it. He's been so good for them. Will always have a soft spot in my heart for Marcelino Moreno. Such a unorthodox, strange player. But he had a clutch gene in him for sure. Ooh, Peck almost pulled off a ridiculous spin move. Yeah, it's weird. I think, oh, wait a minute. Nah, it's a comfortable save. Yeah, it's weird. I feel like sometimes you see that, Jill, where De La Vega had all those injuries and you get frail and you get skinny. I think sometimes when you have the injuries and maybe you lose a step, you go the other direction and you get bigger and stronger. I've seen it a few times. Yeah, he's gotten thick. De La Vega's he's gonna drop in to start playing a 6 and just start clocking people, but still be really good on the ball. Back in when he first broke through at Lanús and everybody here wanted him to come to Atlanta and he was just killing people on the wing with his tricky dribbles. He's a different body type now, that's for sure. We're talking about the coaching carousel. Brian Schmetzer is another one who was kind of on that coaching carousel there for a while. Thought that he might be on his way out in Seattle at the end of last season, maybe in this year, as this year's been kind of crazy up and down. And here they are with an opportunity to host MLS Cup. Yeah, they show that again. The one that I was all irate that they didn't call the foul and rolled on. He arm bars Peck. He just grabs him. And I like Christian Roldan. I think he's one of those guys that has been painted with a very negative brush by a lot of people. I think a lot of people just got bent out of shape that he kept getting called up for the U.S. men's national team. Roldan is just one of those really good MLS pros. Every league's got that. Like, that's not an MLS thing. That's you get national teams that have those guys that are just really good in the domestic league and are, anywhere between, and our number of caps for the US is always a little off because we play a lot of games and we play some of those extra games that aren't in FIFA windows, but you get that guy who's got 5 to 15 caps. But they were great at the club level, but they just weren't quite at the next level for the national team. Roldan's always suited me as that. Dax McCarty was kind of like that. I think he ended up with 13 caps, 15 caps. But one of the all-time greats in MLS, Kyle Beckerman, was like that. Beckerman's one of my all-time favorite players. And he turned himself into a really good national team player, and he should have started the Belgium game in the 2014 World Cup. And do not get me started yelling about Jurgen Klinsmann on that one. I always end up rooting for those kind of guys. The ones who are just great pros at the club level and get limited time at the national team level just because they're just underneath it. Seattle being very smart in managing tempo. They can't get into a track meet with LA. We're update on the Ecuadorian celebrity boxing. It's just trashy celebrity. Oh, they got the headgear. It's not even like they're really getting after it. Ricky Pooch just got waylaid. And see, Roldan gets the yellow now. He knows what he's doing. Pooch knows he's coming too. Yeah, we need MLS celebrity boxing to happen. Pooch added an extra bounce and roll on this. He gets waylaid by Roldan, but he popped back to his feet and then rolled again. That's impressive. Christian Roldan might be in our MLS celebrity boxing competition. He's scrappy. Galaxy crowd trying to get into it. They've got to go the other way. They got to pick up the pace. But I'm curious to see how the Galaxy do that because it almost lulls you into it if Seattle does what they're trying to do, where a ball like that, it's too quick. You don't have to play that fast. You do want to play faster and you want to get Seattle uncomfortable, but you don't need to rush it. And when a team like Seattle is effective in slowing the game down, it almost throws off your rhythm if you're LA. Tempo and field position have become bigger talking points for me and how teams play and how they want to play. Seattle slowed it down. Now they go. Knew who crossed, deflected. Ooh, couldn't quite turn it. Follow up right at McCarthy. If Morris had been able to bring that down comfortably. Now McCarthy goes direct for Peck, which I think is good. But then the Galaxy, this is the next step to it. And this is the weird element for them. Like, I don't really think of them as a counter pressing team. But if you want to really pick up the pace and make Seattle uncomfortable, when you play that long ball and you don't get it, you gotta then press. And this team that's not really how they want to play. So how can they change the tempo if Seattle sets it at a slower pace? That's what I'm going to be curious to see how they do. That's the kind of stuff that's fun for me to try to dig into and read in teams and get a like I said, a feel for. That's the kind of tactical conversation that I think is pretty all encompassing for anybody, whether you're a longtime fan, you're a new fan, and you're trying to get a feel for how a game plays out. That's more important than a shape to me. Really good defending on Jordan Morris. But Seattle's starting to take the initiative here. Oh, he did save it. It's Seattle dictating more of this game right now. I didn't think that was going to happen. See, this is so smart from Seattle. They're just pinning LA in. LA's a team that's built on having the ball and attacking. When you don't, you get almost anxious. And it comes out in how you play. So okay, they win it back. Let's see what the Galaxy can do here. And turned over immediately. When you're a team that's built on having the ball and you don't have it, you're uncomfortable. And then when you get it, you're usually not in a rhythm and you usually turn it back over quickly. Ooh, Jorge, top 3 kits of all time, MLS. This is completely off the top of my head as I'm gonna try to think about it around the league. Uh, the Atlanta first kit is pretty iconic, and I'm biased, and I don't care. The early DC United black kit is probably the first great kit in the league. It's in my conversation. Um, Nothing really Houston, nothing really Dallas. Um, Nothing Columbus. Cincinnati's pretty good, but nothing jumps out to me. Philadelphia is fine. Um, Red Bull NYC, Toronto, Chicago, Minnesota, not really. I really do like this Seattle kit. I'm not gonna lie. This green and blue combination, I really like it. The Galaxy have changed their style multiple times in their run. Um, I kind of liked when the Galaxy were doing more of the green, and that leads me to Portland. It might be the Portland. I'd have to go back and look at the specific year, but when Portland did their first faux back kind of kit with the green, with the Alaska Airlines, like the old Alaska Airlines logo on the front, the 70s kind of type face. I think it was a darker green, maybe. That might be in that top 3 for me. I'm trying to think of any others. I mean, and I'm thinking like regular kits. I'm not getting into like one-offs or third kits or things like that. I think Miami's kits are great too. I'm not gonna lie, especially this year they got to the darker pink. Rusnak down injured. That's not good. Those are the ones I think of. Kansas City's had some really good kits. When they did the Argyle stuff, I really liked it. Dallas, I don't really think of anything. Houston's changed the color orange too many times. Yes, Seattle would host. Ricky Pooch getting the knee checked. Okay, no, I think they're just stretching. About to say, if you're gonna start checking Ricky Pooch's knee, that's not good. Yeah, I think Ricky's all right. Yeah, West Coast will host, and if it's gonna be an 11:30 Eastern, 11:30 a.m. kick, Or no, it'd be 11:30 local. Sorry, 2:30 Eastern is the game broadcast. But an 11:30 local kick on the West Coast, that's kind of weird. They need to push that back to at least noon, one way or another. I think there is a Fox broadcast component to it, so you do have to factor that in. But they're not paying like a normal broadcast would be. So if I got to move it back a little bit, I got to move it back a little bit. Rusnak's not going to be able to continue. It doesn't look like. Yeah, I think the original DC kit, Jill, like the first year black with the 3 white stripes across the front. They had some other ones around that time too that looked really good. I thought the when they did the white one with the 3 black stripes going down the front vertical, that looked good. The navy one with the red and white stripes, I think that was the best of that kit that Adidas did. The Columbus one looked terrible. The black with the yellow and white stripes on the sleeves, that was not a good look. There's like a MLS history account on YouTube that has a bunch of random MLS highlights and things. Like it's got some recent stuff, but then it's got like random shootouts from 1997, which are amazing. I think if you look for MLS history, you'll find it. I watched a random shootout with the crew at Ohio Stadium from 1997, and they were wearing those kits, and it was hilarious. Joao Paulo replacing Albert Rusnak. I am hoping for a winner in regulation. I do not want to go to extra time with this game. I don't know if my voice will hold up for extra time. I wasn't screaming at Sanford Stadium like Maddie was, but I think I'm feeling the effects of the weather changing a little bit. Okay, here come the LA Galaxy. Finding myself rooting for the Galaxy a little bit. Paintsill. Couldn't cut it back. He's so fast on the ball. Now let's see if Seattle can get their hands wrapped back around this game. So Joao Paulo is going to sit deeper than Rusnak. We'll see how that recalibrates Seattle. Late 90s MLS is a dumb time, Jill. It was totally ridiculous. The 35-yard shootouts were the best. I still would rather have those than penalty shootouts. I would not have them to decide draws in regular season games like MLS did, which was chaotic. But I feel like it's more of a fair shot in a shootout to decide a game when you have to decide a winner than a penalty shootout. But it's weird and American, so it's not going to happen in this game. That's one of those really Americanized things that I actually really like. Seeing the different strategies in those was always fascinating to me. All right. LA Galaxy. Ooh. Good defensive header from Nuhu. Nuhu can run with Gabriel Peck. I feel like LA might be able to find the breakthrough with Paintsill. Ooh, top 3 NWSL kits. I got to think on that. Galaxy trying to win this thing, and they just cannot do it as of yet. NWSL kits that and off the top of my head, and I'm not gonna be able to go as deep as I did on the MLS kits. Um, I actually do not like the Kansas City Current color combination. I don't like it. I might be in the minority on that one. I do like what the Washington Spirit have done. I don't really like the yellow and black version. Gotham's done some really good stuff. I like the Chicago like flag kits, and I know the Fire tried to kind of rip it off too. I think the former Red Stars, now just the Stars. I think they turnover advantage played. Delgado's down. That was a bad foul. I think it was Nuhu. De La Vega with a foul. Oh, we're starting to get into the chaos now. Nuhu got a yellow. The Chicago, I'd have to look at see which ones. I don't know the year, but I feel like they've done it typically as their home jersey. The takeoff on the Chicago City flag. I really like those. It's funny. I think I've liked some of the Houston Dash kits more than the Houston Dynamo kits, even though they're roughly the same idea. Angel City's done some good stuff for sure. Those are the ones that come to mind on NWSL. Probably in general, Gotham and Chicago and Angel City right now. Although the Spirit have done some decent stuff, and some of the Dash stuff has been pretty good. I know I'm probably in the minority on the Casey Current stuff. I just don't like the color combination. Oh, headed away, volleyed away. Galaxy just can't find the breakthrough. 15 minutes of regulation to go. Ah, yes, the start time of MLS Cup. Thank you, Joe. Yeah, the shootouts were great. Not to decide draws. I don't have a problem with a draw. I don't know. And look, Next Pro does the shootout for the bonus point. Um, Leagues Cup, we've done the penalty shootouts for the bonus points. I mean, Next Pro does the penalty shootout. I don't need that in a competition like Leagues Cup. It's fine. It's fine. In Next Pro, I don't like it. Just take a draw. Because and Steve Cook's talked about this with us when we've done production meetings ahead of Atlanta United 2 games. Like it totally changes the dynamic. You can come back and you can play great in a draw and come back and get the draw and you should be on a high walking out the building, but then you lose the shootout and it feels like you lost. It changes the whole dynamic and it puts it how you feel coming out of the game based on penalties, which are not luck, but are not a representation of the way the game played out as Seattle players are falling down all over the place. But if I've got to have a shootout to determine a winner because of a competition or like a situation like this where it's a semifinal or quarterfinal or what have you, I would rather have the 35-yard shootout to decide it. I feel like it's a greater test of skill. That's smart from De La Vega. It's not a ton from Peck, but it's enough for the injury or enough for the foul. I wonder if that start time is a little bit determined by Fox's college football schedule next week. See if Georgie can continue or not. Brian Schmetzer does look like a math teacher. That is absolutely accurate. I've come around a good bit on Schmetzer. He had success. He kind of got into a span of time there where his teams were very cynical. The game in Atlanta after the World Cup final was awful with the way they came in, the way that they played, and he had apologized to New England like a few games before for being so defensive. I think that was as they were adding Raul Ruidiaz to the team, and they just didn't have a lot of attacking talent, so they played very slow and methodical and cynical. There, you got a good bit of flopping and diving and things. And Ladero was a scrappy individual at that point, always looking to instigate stuff. I did not like that era of the Seattle Sounders at all. But I think he's done a really good job, and I think maybe for me a little bit getting to hear how good he was to Gonzalo as he was an assistant and starting to really get into his career and learn the craft. Gonzalo couldn't say enough nice things about Brian and what he did for him. So that probably softened me a good bit on Brian as well. And I've just been really impressed with how he's evolved. I don't think he's, super strict about a system or one specific style. Ooh, another block for the Sounders. I think Schmetzer is pragmatic in the right ways, but he does look like a math teacher, yes. Ricky Pooch. Ricky's feisty too. That's why I like him. Wanted to fight Sasha Question earlier this year, and he talks a lot. And yes, he rolls about 5 extra times after hard fouls. It happens, but he's so good on the ball and just so good dictating a game. Drops deep. I don't mind my number 10 who will do that in the right ways, and I think he does it in the right ways. Talked about that so much with Thiago Almada. He wants to feel the ball. He wants to feel the game. He wants to again kind of dictate it, but he knows when he's got to get forward, and he knows where he can drop into to get on the ball. I mean, everything goes through Ricky for the Galaxy. Oh, the accumulated foul penalty. That kind of crazy thing, the charge of the Light Brigade. That was ridiculous. That was one of the dumb Americanized rules. Oh, that's a foul. Just outside the 18. Alex Roldan cannot run with Joseph Paintsill. Smart from Paintsill to go down. That kind of a foul so often doesn't get called if the player doesn't go down because it's not a push, it's not a pure grab, but he's hooking the shoulder. He's got the arm around him impeding him. I wish that attacking players didn't feel like they had to go down to get that call, but they do. The way games get called, they do. Oh, said Raul Ruidiaz's name and he appears. I do still wonder some of the weird things with Rui Diaz and Schmetzer in Seattle, but I think Rui Diaz is at the end in Seattle one of the best strikers to come into the league. 82nd minute. I am shocked that the Galaxy have not found a goal yet. Pooch is surveying. I'm looking at the movement off the ball, and there's not a ton. You're seeing some kind of cycling in the wide areas, but Ricky gets on the ball, and there's not really a lot of big options. And look, this is what Seattle's good at. They're very organized. They're not going to allow you to get out in transition and have that space. So you try to drop back to manufacture the space, which is smart. Go backwards to create more space going forwards, but you're right back to where you were now. 4-4-2 for Seattle. You can see the lines, not much space in between them. you've got to try to pull that compactness apart a little bit. And you can go back to do it and you can go to the sides to do it. So can you completely swing it over to the right now? Yes. Now you've opened it up a little bit. Now you've pinned them back into their 18. But you weren't able to do anything with it. Okay, they found it now. Good movement. And Jordan Morris back making defensive plays. It's a weird foul. I'm going to see it again. It's one of those where I think it's almost a steal, but Nuhu just got clipped enough. That graphic gives it just doesn't really. I guess it looks pretty, and look, it's sponsored, so good. You gotta sell the sponsorships, but I don't know what that graphic of Ricky Pooch with dots on the field really tells me. I mean that I can't articulate in a different way. He's picking the ball up all over the field. I know, Jill. I'm about the same way. I'm trying to commit at least to the end of regulation here. I want a regulation winner. If it goes to extra time, I think I'm going to tap out. I get cheering for Seattle, and yeah, I know you've got some connections there. I've really enjoyed how the Galaxy have played this year, and I feel like they haven't gotten enough love around the league. But for all that, you got to win this game. They haven't done it yet. Oh, they forced a turnover though. This might be it. This might be it. That's it. They forced the turnover, and you could see it from the beginning of that sequence. They finally got Seattle outside of their base default setup. They finally created the space. They forced the turnover, and then this ball from Ricky Pooch. Good grief. The delicate pass to what you would think is the wrong side of the defender. He makes Joveljic run into he has to go further to get to it. But that's the brilliance of Ricky Pooch. Because he weighted that pass perfectly, and he set the shot up. The pass told Joveljic, this is how you're going to finish. Ricky Pooch is the most important player in this league to his team. I really, truly believe that. And that pass is just ridiculous. We might be getting an LA New York final, even though it's kind of New York. Yeah, Seattle has been great. I did not expect Seattle to be here at this point, especially with a month or so left in the season. It just felt like things were not copacetic there. Felt like there was controversy off the field. The Rui Diaz and Schmetzer stuff was weird. Like there was just so many different things. I would not have envisioned them at this point. I thought mid-season it'd be RSL as that team challenging the two LA teams. RSL was really good in the first half of the year, but they had to make some sales. The new players didn't fit the same way the old guys did. And it just hasn't, it wasn't the same. And Seattle, look, it's a credit to Brian Schmetzer. So pulling Joveljic, maybe risky. Gaston Brugman, I think, was the sub. I really like him. I could watch this pass all day. God, that's ridiculous. And it's good from Delgado there, the quick turn, too. That's a really good from Mark Delgado. But the pass from Pooch, that pass, there are just not enough players who are capable of making that pass. It's just a brilliant soccer play. And it looks like they're kind of going now Ricky as a false 9. That's smart for where the game is. Brugman's a really good 6. Yeah, Stefan Fry did everything he could. It's just the pass set up the angle for Joveljic, and Fry can't cover the whole goal at that point. I don't know, with all the flights we had late in the season and in the playoffs, I read on the plane because I don't love flying. So I read, and for whatever reason, I've been back into my books of like Barcelona history and Johan Cruyff and Pep Guardiola and all that. That's probably read them at least once a year, and that's just what I've been reading a lot and talking about passing and how it is a form of communication. Like Ricky Pooch is a Barcelona kid. That pass is absolutely, without telling him, telling Dejan Joveljic, this is how you're going to score. This is what you need to do. That's the kind of stuff that I love, that aspect of watching a game and talking about it that way. How much stoppage time? Referees, Drew Fisher's lost his whistle at this point. It's always funny, and 6 minutes. I have the audio on very low, like to where I can hear bits and pieces of it. And when Taylor Twellman just said Seattle was dictating the game, I'm like, wait a minute, I said that. I'll take that. Oh, what a ball. What a ball to Paintsill. Galaxy might end it. No. Fry did a good job of taking that easy shot away from him. Paintsill almost curled that around. 5 minutes to go. Thanks, y'all, for hanging out and listening to all of us ramble about all kinds of things, and listen to me ramble here for the second half of this game. Kind of stuff that we're going to try to figure out doing a little bit more of for some games. We're really working on a lot of additional content as we get into 2025. So please stay tuned to the SDH network. God, when the Galaxy are bringing in Diego Fagundes at this point in the game off the bench, they have a lot of options in the attacking part of the team. Ooh, almost broke, but it went off the temple of the Seattle player. Fisher probably should stop it because the guy's got his hands on his head. Yeah, there's just so much going on, Jill. Yeah, I don't know what Drew Fisher was doing here, and I'm totally with the Seattle players being angry with him because I think it was, an attempted switch, and it wasn't as severe as the Daniel Rios one, obviously, but it's that kind of idea. Like it's a pass from a short distance, and it goes off the temple, and he goes down. Like you got to stop the play. You got to immediately stop the play there, Drew Fisher. And it's the difference. We talked about it in the first game with Rosendo Mendoza, who I do think Reyes could have been sent off for the high boot. I absolutely feel like that was a miss on Mendoza, but that's the only miss. The way he managed the game was really well. Fisher not managing the game well in this moment is frustrating, and then kind of like antagonizing the Seattle players for complaining about it. I don't like referees who do that stuff. I wish you'd get a little more consistency in game management. You can just keep showing me this pass again all day long. He just sets Joveljic up to do whatever he wants. And cutting it back across the grain, I think, was the right call. He didn't try to go to the far post where Fry was ready to pounce. I think he cut it back, and that gave him the split second where Fry has to react and come back, and he can't get to it. I think Fry probably gets to it if it's to the other side. Yeah, Fisher messed up there, not stopping the play. Gonna add on a little bit of time, and Cardozo's got to come off, but because of where it is in the game, you will make a concussion sub there, even if you're not sure it's a concussion. I think this happened with Gonzalo in a game where you had a late possible head injury and you use the concussion sub there to get the extra sub. And for Seattle, they can get one more player on the field who can get forward a little bit. Galaxy throw. They're going to take all the time in the world. Maybe they'll go to 97. I mean, you have to consider the Galaxy the favorite if they see this out. Although I don't think it is by a wide margin, and I actually really like the matchup in the final. Two teams that do very different things. I think it'll make for a really fun game for neutrals. Oh, just tripped over the ball and then commits the foul. Fisher does the condescending smirk too much as a referee. That would drive me crazy on the field or as a coach. And we talked about road trips earlier. LA and specifically to Carson, I enjoy it. Trying to draw a foul, you're not going to get that one. Knew who's being a fool too. Knew who's going to get a second yellow and get sent off because knew who's going to do what knew who does. Fisher's trying to keep New Who from getting sent off, and New Who's acting a fool. Like you got to send him off. The extra push and then the shenanigans. I mean, you're wasting your own time. This doesn't really matter in terms of the game here, but you should send New Who off for that. Actually, yeah, you could have called that foul the first time. But then they're right in front of the referee to run into a player and shove him. Like you've. I know it's the end. It doesn't really matter. You got to send him off. You got to give him a second yellow. New is trying to go out with a bang. He's like, season's over. I'll miss the first game next year. I don't care. Final whistle should be here at any point. Why is he giving him another opportunity? And that's it. Best team left is the LA Galaxy, and they will host MLS Cup next weekend. I don't know if we're going to do a live event or if we're going to do one of these kind of things, but we'll probably do something for that game. So stay tuned. Follow Soccer Down Here wherever you are on the social medias, and subscribe to us here on YouTube. And thank you for hanging out. It was actually a lot of fun. Much appreciated. Kind of thought we might be having a game on the radio this evening, but we didn't quite get there. So thanks, y'all. This was fun.